Sound. Turn this now down. Well, hello. Let's see. In the side, we have Tactical Fudd is here. Patriot Ball is here. Vanessa Kitty's here. Hey. Good to see you guys and Kitty. So, Andy was just talking about what you call it steak again. Damn it!
In the Greek diners, they call them Romanian steaks.
Romanian steak. Wow.
And I can't think of the actual name of the meat at the moment. Skirt steaks. Skirt steaks. I think that's what they call them.
Kip is here. Chessboard's here. So is it? It's good or what?
Oh yeah, it's a very dense meat. So even though it's thin, you can really burn the outside, and the inside's still, real tender and juicy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, one guy is here. Hey. Yeah, I'm starving. I'm eating mixed nuts right now. Except for there's no Brazilian nuts in here. Damn it. My favorite. Oh, well. Nuts are good for you. Especially if you're a nut.
Mm-hmm. So my 9mm Sager continues.
Uh-oh. The Ruger?
Well, just reloading the bullets. Every now and then I get the one that's got enough of a bulge it won't go into the case cages. And trying to figure it out. We talked about brass being different thicknesses. When I said talking about the length being different. Every piece I have is different. None of them are noticeably really long or really short. They're all within the tolerance of the spec of the brass. And so I just started playing around. I decided, I'm using the Dillon Square D. So it's a progressive press.
That's weird.
So I decided, I was noticing that after it drops the powder and bells the mouth of the case, when I go to hand seat the bullet, ones I have no trouble with, the bullet seat deeper. The ones I do have trouble with, the bullet doesn't seat as deep when you hand place it on top of the brass. And so to me, I'm trying to figure out why. If the brass is thicker or thinner, it's still being belled by a die. So it has to really be the same. I don't care that it's thicker, it's got to do it. So
yeah,
that's why I started chasing the length thing. Okay. And I took 10 cases all the same length, and one of them belled, didn't bell as much as the others. I measured the thickness of the brass; they were the same. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I'm going further with this, getting to be, I want to find out what the hell it is. So now I only do one bullet at a time. So I'm operating it like the Lee turret press. So you got to pull the handle 4 times. Okay. And I did about 20 rounds, and only one was slightly bulged. It didn't go in the tighter taste gauge, but it went in the other one, no problem. And of course, it drops in my barrel. So I'm saying, why is this? Why is this? I still can't figure it out. And all I know is that when I do it one case at a time, well, let's say make one bullet at a time, it happens a lot less often. So now I'm starting to think of the plate that goes, the turret, whatever you want to call it, the bullet plate. Put them, where, and I'm trying to mic that I hooked up a ball mic to it, and I just was spinning it, and they were like 0.001. I mean, of any time I went around. I said, so the plate's not warped.
No. They're
So
pretty
now I
good.
decide to do the same test, except I'm going to do it with a piece of brass in. And I'm moving it around. There's not, and I'm actually loading the bullet. So there's actually nothing happens. The gauge is still right on the money. So the plate's not flexing in any way. Goddamn light. I gotta glue this thing.
Okay, we got Macman is here. Michael Hurtnick is here. G23 is here. Hey guys. Yeah, that's weird. 9mm I don't fuss with. Down and dirty mixed brass on the Dillon. Boom, bang, pow. Prime them, do everything on the Dillon, just blah, 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 blah.
So I don't know what's causing this.
Well,
I measured out 50 bullets in the diameter. They're all 155. I mean, 155 to 1555. There's nothing smaller than 155 and nothing bigger than 1555.
have you tried a Lee factory crimp die on the last stage?
Yeah, well, I've done that. I take the bullet. You can't put it in the Dillon. It's the square deal. So you can't do it that way. So I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't crimp it there. I spun it, took the bullet out, and went to the Lee crimp die. Didn't make a difference. Because it's bulged. It's like the bullet is too large for the case. That's what's happening.
Even though your bullet's 3.56.
Right, 3.55. It's zinc. I'm not doing 3.56. I'm doing 3.55.
So it's like a jacketed almost.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just crazy weird. Hopefully you figure it out and let us know.
I don't know.
Because I never treat 9 like match stuff. It just, it's all.
Yeah, I know, but I'm getting these bulges, and the same thing happened with the lead bullets, and those 3.56 size. It happened more with the lead because they're bigger.
Wow.
It's all mixed head stamped. I was coming up with CBC. I think that's the head stamp.
Yeah, I got a lot of that. I use that brand.
Those were the ones that were giving me the most frequent problem. Some didn't. Some were fine, but it could be whatever factory it's made in. I don't know. And then the other one was Federal, but only really occasional. It was most of the time was CBC. Wow. So I have no idea.
Yeah, Federal should be okay. I've used a lot of CBC. The ones I don't like is when you get the NATO stuff that has crimp primers.
Oh, I haven't ran. I don't even bother. When I go to unprime it, and if it's really hard, I stop and I look. Yeah, it's crimp. Throw it away.
Yep.
I got too much of it to worry about. I have two 5-gallon. I don't want to call them buckets. They have covers on them. They're square. I got these totes. I got 2 of those filled, and they're all deep rimed and sized. Okay, and then I have the pretzel rod buckets from like hers. I got 10 of those filled. I'm not picking up any more 9mm brass.
Well, I'll always pick it up because I lose it in the yard sometimes. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not picking it up at the range. I mean, I can get all I want. I'd be glad to send you some when we send each other a first box or something. But I'll be glad to send you a ton of that.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, something. I don't get it.
But I had the same problem when I used to load my 9 on the Lee Pro 4000. I would occasionally have a bulge case, and that's with the Lee dies. And it was the same thing. I remember when I put the bullet in the case, after it's flared, it doesn't go in as deep. So it's like it doesn't want to flare that brass out right. And that's a different type of flare system with the Lee dies. I'm not doing powder through. So I I could never get the powder to drop reliable because of that powder I'm using. The Winchester's a crazy size, like they call it a ball powder, but it's a flake. It's a flattened ball, I guess. And the flakes are pretty large. Doesn't meter well in most. I mean, I have the brass smo, I have RCPS, I have the whatchamacallit, Frankfurt Arsenal. I have like 5 different power measures. Do a little dandy. I have all those things, and they don't drop consistent. If I can get within, if I want 5 grains and get 5.2 to 4.8, I'm happy. I can't get that on anything, so except the Dillon powder measure, the old style, which is on the Squaredale B, that's 30 years old or older, and the new style that I bought and put on the Pro 4000, and both of them drop within 0.2 grains.
Yeah.
That's acceptable. So I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, hopefully you can figure it out. Maybe, I don't know.
The only way, you know how I solve it? At the end, when I test them in the gauge, and I got 4 of them out of, let's say, 100 that don't want to go in the gauge, I go over to my All-American 8, and I've got the what's it called? The Lee sizing die, and I've got the Mighty Armory sizing die. The Mighty Armory seems to do a little better. I put a little lube with my finger around the brass, and I push down, not hard, but hard enough, and I have to really push to get it to pop out, and usually 1 or 2 times, and they fit in the case gauge.
Wow.
I mean, you can physically see the bulge in the brass. It's not like you got to look for it. It's very evident.
Is there a bulge on one side more than the other? Like it's not going in straight or anything like that?
No, I mean, occasionally one might be that way. It didn't go in straight and it's more on one side, but 99% of them, it's bulges all around.
Wow, that's weird.
And I did it. Lead bullets through it, the zinc bullets through it, which is size the same as factory bullets, 355. And I had a ton of plated bullets, double plated bullets, and the same problem with those. Some cases with bulge. I could not figure out why. But I noticed that the bullet doesn't go as far in the brass after, when I hand seat it. You can see the difference.
Well, as a matter of fact, for 9, I'm using a really old RCBS set on the Dillon with the Lee factory, and I switched the crimp die from one to the other, and I got to remember what I did there. But I just run them through. Everything works. It's weird. Yeah.
So I don't know, because on the Pro 4000, everything was the Lee. Well, I size all my brass first because that's just the way I do it. Okay. Now with the Dillon, I don't size it first. There's no real need to because that sizing die works well.
Yeah, it just runs smoother if you do, but I don't either. I gave up on that, even though the APP you can, try and do everything. Yeah.
But so I that's a step I don't have to do. But it didn't matter in the past when I did it, sized it, it still gave me the same problem.
Wow.
And it's not like I used 3 different sizing dies. When I bought the Mighty Armory die, that's what I use religiously. Almost everything on my bench was sized that way, except the stuff that I'm not resizing the brass now that I take home from the range. And I went to the old brass, the older brass that's stored. I pulled the handfuls out and randomly I'd pick a handful, and I'd still have the bulges in those cases. So it can't be the sizing because they're all sized the same. If the brass is a little thicker, the inside diameter's got to be correct. The outside diameter is what's a little thicker. So if you're sizing with the same die, they should all be sized down the same way.
However, your gun doesn't care, and a lot of guns don't. It's only the picky ones if you run into that.
Well, I know if it doesn't go in the Sheridan case, that's the cutaway one. If it doesn't go in below surface, not, you have the high and the low. If it's not below the extreme, it won't chamber. As long as it's below, it'll chamber. So that gauge is more accurate for my gun. So there are some that don't go in the other gauge and it sticks out quite a bit. And this gauge just falls in. That's it, good to go. I tested it in the barrel many times already. It plunks right in and out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually with 9, if you have a lot of 9s like I do, it's overall length. But I got all that figured out every time I get a new mold or whatever. 6-shooter Texan's latest mold, one of a kind he made. And that works in everything, and it's not so ojai picky.
Yeah. Well, the thing is you take your tightest chamber and you load for it. It should work in everything else. I only have 1 9mm, so I don't, I'm lucky that way. But
yeah, with us, you go for a CZ, and then it'll fit anything.
It just really depends on how you load. Like you load 50 rounds, maybe. You don't sit down and load 5,000 rounds over a week's time or something. You load 50 of this and 20 of that. And, I'm sitting there loading, I primed 1,000. Last week I primed 1,000 pieces of 9mm. I got about 200 left to load.
Yeah.
To me, I want to make sure it's the only gun I'm shooting them in. So I want to make sure they're working when I go to the range, that I'm not creating a problem. So yeah. I load maybe 10 to 15 at a time, off the press, move over to the other bench, check them, just verify every other one, something, the case length, the overall length is still good, that nothing moved. And then I just drop them in the gauge and throw them in the bin. And when I get that one that doesn't want to go in either gauge, then I put it aside. When I finish that 15, I take that one, go over to and force it into that sizing die. And it's not loosening up the bullet or anything, but it's taking enough of the bulge out that it goes into the gun. It goes into the case gauge. So I'm living with it. That's all. I can't come up with what it is.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, 9 I don't fuss with too much unless you find a Makarov in there or 380. But I stand the shells up when I'm feeding.
Yeah, well, when I prime, I use the League desktop primer. I call it the Rooster. And when you pick up the brass, I know it's a 380. So I don't have that problem. Okay, and
the Makarovs, and I found one that's in between a Makarov and a 9, which was really weird. I think it was a 9 someone cut down to a Makarov. But yeah, I'll do the shake trick.
Yeah, I do that.
I'll grab them and I'll put them, and they're easier to feed into the Dillon anyway, all standing up, just like cameras or whatever. And I'll stand them up and I can see if something's wrong. That one's that. But usually I go through that, and tumbling. It's a one-time deal. Once they're tumbled, they don't get mixed up with anything else.
Yeah, well, like me, when I bring my brass home from the range, almost everything I do is deprimed on the APP. And you got 380 in there, you know it.
Yeah, range brass, that's where everything usually gets sorted. And then you're looking at the primers to see if you got NATO stinking. Why on earth? Anyway, you'll find those now and then you got to go on the prep center and clean those pockets up.
I don't bother with the 9. Like I said, I'm usually shooting my own brass. Now, I have a couple of people that I've made friends with over last summer, and they shoot a lot of 9mm stuff and a pistol, and they know I reload, and they just dump it in a plastic bag and give it to me. Here you go.
Yeah.
So it's whatever they're giving me. I'm not picking stuff out of a bucket. My stuff. I have a brass catcher on my Ruger PCC, so I catch all my own brass. I don't have a problem with that. Except when I forgot to click it on, like for 2, 3, or 4 rounds, I go, "Oops, shit! I forgot the bag."
Let's see. Fuzzy is here. I was thinking about Fuzzy today because I found 2 more cast iron skillets, a little tiny one and a medium little one. And you should do a video on if you find one that has a little rust on it. What do you do to clean it up and season it? I imagine we'll just take the wire wheel, the ones that are belled, and
Yeah.
just clean it up like that, and then clean it good and re-season it, heat it up, and yeah. But you should do a video on that, Fuzz.
I found a pan once that was so rusted, and I said, "What the hell?" I brought it to the machine shop and I sandblasted it.
Yeah.
And then I treated it. I did my thing with the oil and whatnot, and rekindled it back to life. It works fine.
Yeah, I found 2 in the house. They're from a thrift store. One's a really cute little guy like that, for doing, I don't know, a couple eggs or whatever, a pancake. I don't know what it was for, but one has a little surface rust at the bottom, and you just go out in the garage and hit it and then clean it good and then season it. But Fuzzy, I thought about Fuzzy, so he should do a video on that because he likes to do the cast iron stuff. My son brought him home for lead, and I was like, no, I'm not going to use them to melt that much lead or anything. We'll cook with them. Yeah.
Should I bought all my cast iron? Well, 3 of my cast iron I used for smelting down the zinc and the lead. I got it at thrift stores for like $5, so that's what they're for. And then I found a big sucker, 14-inch, maybe 16-inch, I don't know, in garbage. And it looked like the freaking thing was brand new. You know what I use that for? I put it down on when I cast, I sit down. I like to see the lead coming in. So I sit down, and then I have this big pan, and I have a little block of aluminum I rest the mold on when I tap to open it. And that's where all the screws go. Because it's big enough, it catches everything. It doesn't go flying across the floor or something.
Yeah.
The zinc you're hitting, when you get the mold hot enough, you're really not slamming it, but it goes. But it has a habit of like a snap, and it goes ding, and it can go flying a little bit. So pan worked good. I think it was a pan.
Hobbies is here. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hobbies. Make sure they haven't been used with lead, but these haven't. You can tell. One just has a little rust, and they're just cooking. Yeah, but yeah, that'd be bad if you bought a cast iron and it was done with lead. Kind of rare, but if it happened, especially on a small skillet. Splash. Trying to catch up here. Okay. How come okay, there we go. My computer was going weird there. Oh. So anyway, the other day it snowed and it was sticky and wet, and I decided to plow it in the afternoon instead of the morning when it's easier and it's powder. And I plow, and it was a lot of passes, a lot of pushing snow, not flinging off. And then I wake up the next morning, I had the same amount of snow on the driveway that I plowed yesterday. So I left it today, and I'll go out early in the morning and get it. But we needed snow, so that was good. We haven't been having what we should. So
well, I think it stopped. We were supposed to anywhere. I'm on the south shore of Long Island, and we're getting the least amount of snow that the storm is producing through Connecticut and whatever it's going through. And it started snowing probably, I would say, 3 o'clock ish. And nothing stuck. It's 4 o'clock. We're still in the diner. There's only sticking to the grass. Nothing's on the ground. About 5:30 or so, it started sticking a little bit to the street, and now it's raining and it's all gone. And tomorrow we're supposed to have monsoons here, monsoon rain, 50 degrees.
Wow. It was nice and sunny today. I must have a couple rabbits running around because I got rabbit tracks all over the front and back. And I felt bad for them, so I put out some carrots.
Hey, Thorzax.
Let's see, Thorzax is here. Yeah, so we had some old carrots in the fridge. I thought, they're probably starving because he was hunting all over the yard for anything to eat.
Well, did he take the carrots?
I don't know. I just put them out today. So, I went around where most of his tracks are and laid some on the rocks in case he didn't find them in the snow. And yeah, I'm surprised the hawks don't get them though. They're always out here, the hawks and eagles. And I'm surprised that it looks like they come out at night because I don't see them. And then prints are out there in the morning. So they're probably night creatures because of the hawks. I don't know. Garage time. Anyway, no more snow for a while, which we need, but I think we'll be okay this year for water. Got enough in the mountains.
So the price of powder is going up and the price of primer is going down.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, we'll see what happens if Trump opens up the foreign, different countries being able to import again on stuff like that, especially guns, would be cool. It's going to get a lot cheaper on the primers because there'll be competition. Just don't get those funky primers that are hard. I forget what they're called. Screw those. They're not worth it. But yeah, I got enough powder. I can't take any more. My cabinets are full. I don't want the fire hazard, whatever, but certain primers, large pistol I could do, and some 41s.
I don't even bother with the 41s. I got them when I got the AR. That's I went with what everyone said, and I just loaded up several hundred regular small rifles, and I had no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, I want those because we have AKs.
Yeah.
That also, and those firing pins can leave a mark when you slam it. I haven't had a S&B go off or anything like that. And I do have some federal AR primers, which are harder.
I used to get a lot of S&B. Can't believe that dried up.
I know. We need these foreign primers in America. Bring down the price. Competition. Anyway, I got enough primers. As much as I dink around, I got enough primers for a while.
I probably got 4 years worth left of small pistol and small rifle.
Yeah.
Large rifle, I don't shoot a lot. It's only 30-06. So, I don't shoot, hundreds and hundreds of those every year. So.
Hey, Michael. I've never tried the 41s in a 5.7. That's something I should try, but I really don't need them in the 5.7. I just use S&B. Thanks to Jerry, before I moved, I have a lot of large rifle, even some antiques, a lot of the old CCI label.
So I finished them up about 2 years ago.
Yeah, the old label with the diamonds.
Yep. I still have a small pistol Magnum. I probably have about 300 of those left from 79 cents for 100.
Yeah, and I love the logo. I love how they packaged them back then. Tiny little boxes, nothing bulky. You can stuff 1,000,000 in the cabinet. Yeah. The Federals use the huge sideways. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Anyway.
I just can't wait for the weather to break here. I got the itch to go out so bad.
Well, you just got to dress right. Dress like an Eskimo. You're good.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable that way. If I was able to walk out the back door like you and shoot 10 rounds, it'd be a different story. But I got to pack gear and I got to drive 15 minutes and haul all the gear down to the range points, and and it's not that it's that far, but it's downhill, and I got a cart that everything, big one of those big stroller things, whatever you want to call them, and put everything in it and set up and whatnot, and then I'm cold, so I'm not enjoying it.
Well, I still got to sit out there in the cold, but yeah, I just move the bench over and I'm good.
You just go out there, you don't go out. Some years you're out there maybe a half hour, but I mean, it's just I like it. In other words, I don't go drag racing in the wintertime because one, there's no heat in the race car. Two, there's ice. The track is the coldest track I ever raced on. Was the ground temperature was 36 degrees, and you can't hook. Okay, they got to warm up. You got to rub it down on the track and warm up the track before you can hook.
Yeah, so you got to keep those tires hot. Let's see, 6-shooter Texans here, and Jag is here. AR Patriot is here. Hey guys, so yeah, I can see not wanting to drag race in the wintertime.
Savarius small pistols, $32 1,000. That's a good price. I haven't seen it that low anywhere.
Yeah, that's when I'm going to start biting again, when primers come down like that. Just certain ones, large pistol, a small rifle, get filled up on those.
Hey AR, how's Elliot doing? He pops in once in a moon, but he don't say much and he's gone.
Well, he got his Corvette done. Speaking of drag racing, Ford used to make a car for the Australians, right? And it was the 500, I went brain dead. It was the 500 anyway, the XP or something. Anyway, Ford has a concept car out to go with all the big fast boy modern cars now, and it's funky. I don't know, if it's limited run or anything, but supposed to be. You can get different engines, 700 and something horsepower. I like the smaller one that's 425 horse or whatever, but it's a funky looking car. It's kind of retro at the same time, all rounded. I don't know.
The only new Mustang I saw was the electric one, and I saw one on the street about 3 weeks ago, and I said, "You got to be kidding me!"
Well, this comes with the hybrid option, or where you have both. if you want that. That one's like 600 horsepower. And yeah, then you get like three options that way. I don't know.
But the car looks stupid. The car looks stupid. They have the non-EV one that still is a Mustang. The other one, I don't know what the hell they did to it.
Yeah, I'm not ready for electric. So I don't think, maybe 10 years from now, yeah, when you can go a long time on them.
In 10 years, I'm going to go electric. I'm going to have a motorized wheelchair. I'll be 82. I don't know what I'll be doing then.
Yeah, me too. It'll be like, how do I get around in the snow? I need treads. I need chains on my wheelchair. Oh, that'll be bad. I don't think I'll make it that long.
I'm sorry. All this has come out and what Musk is doing and whatnot. All this is coming out, man. All the kickbacks and monies and bullshit. Okay, it's all coming back, nailing these people in the ass. AOC they're going to be bringing charges on her any day now. I love it.
Oh yeah, the left is pissed, and you can understand why they're fighting, because they might get exposed for all that wasted money. Man, they turn it up every day. We're into billions now of money that are just wasted.
Well, they're finding all this money now that has gone to the illegals, the immigrants, to pay for everything for them. All this money that went, that's why FEMA had no money for North Carolina and all this shit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the newest thing was any of the schools that make the kids take the jab to go to school, they're not going to be funded. People have a choice. Parents have a choice. It just everything. It's going so fast. It's hard to keep up with everything right now. Just Jeff is here. Hey, Just Jeff. But yeah, I love it. Thin the herd. The government's been wasting our tax dollars for forever. So it's the first time I've seen anything like this. And it's only been a few days, and they're really pissed because they're talking about young people are doing all this, all these young geniuses with high IQs. And well, so what? And what's her name was saying how stupid Musk is.
Yeah, the AOC.
AOC was saying that he's not smart and all that. Oh, really? Really? Can we do an IQ test on both of you and see what happens? I don't think she even gets halfway there.
She wouldn't get 5 questions right. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So anyway, it's fun to watch. Every day is popcorn day.
Yep, Adams. Yep, he spilled his beans.
Yeah, a lot of them are scampering because if there's a paper trail, they'll
Adam, that's the bullshit here we have in New York. Is they went after what's his name, Adams, and they went after him and tried to, because he was opening his mouth. They started going after him, and thank God Trump won and saved the day for that one. Okay, it's the stuff that Hochul, whatever the hell the name is trying to push through. It's ridiculous what's going on here in New York. They're suing her now. They're after her this issue because she's not allowing the immigration and crap and whatnot, not allowing ICE to come in and all the stuff. So sorry, you have no choice.
Yeah. It's fun to watch. It's, comedy relief. And, it's pathetic, the other side, but they're, they can do their chants and their protests and whatever. New sheriff in town, deal with it.
Oh, they're all in panic mode.
Yeah.
They know they're all caught. Now they're trying to, like bargaining chips. They're trying to figure out what they can do.
Yeah, and they only have 4 years, so they could go a lot better with 8 years to really get to the meat of everyone. But
well, that depends on how fast they get it processed.
well, you got these liberal judges fighting them, So
Yeah, but again, it's up and down. He's telling the judges, you have no say. This is not anything you have to do with the lawmaking. This is all normal, everyday constitutional stuff. You have no say. You can't stop it.
yeah,
He's prepped for all of that. He was ready for all of that.
all they can do is try and slow things down, like they did getting people approved, and almost everyone's approved now. The very crucial two are approved. So all they want to do is slow it down. That's all they got. That's all they got. They got no answers for nothing. So let's see. We got Thor's here. Hey, Thor's.
How you doing, Thor's?
Everyone's coughing. I've been coughing. It's so bad. The side of my lung hurts against my ribs. So when I cough, I gotta put my elbow against my rib and go. It's rubbing my ribs, my right side of the lung.
I'll tell you what Pat was talking about. I had that, and that lasts like 2.5 months. It's terrible, and you just hack and cough and hack, and you're spitting up all this garbage. It's terrible. It's a virus, and the only way. I finally went to the doctor. They gave me some antibiotics and that for it, and it cleared up just in a couple of days. But that stuff is terrible. I swear they're putting something in the water or they're spraying something in the air, and all us old people are getting this stuff.
Patriot Paul, I love the rancheros, and El Caminos.
It's been in your food. This freaking bird flu now is everywhere. It's everywhere. Okay, it's totally ridiculous. You can't tell me that wasn't set up.
No, and the thing is, those corporations wouldn't made out on it because, they could claim the loss of the livestock, and they got top dollar for the price. So, and lost sales and everything, and all those chicken farms right now are shut down. So they can claim also, the loss from lost sales. So, and most of those are owned by a conglomerate out of China. Yeah. So, what do you think's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have a local farm here on Long Island. It's a duck farm, and they sell a lot of ducks for food, plus the duck eggs, and they were ordered to put the whole flock down. Period. It was like, I don't know, 110,000 birds.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, okay. And they didn't know what they were going to do. They said, we can't afford this. The guy says, and they have to clean out the whole place, fumigate, whatever the hell, and then they got to buy all new stuff. And there was no talk of like insurance payments. So I have no idea.
Well, they should be protected under the Farmers Act, like hail and storms and stuff that wipe out, crops, and then disease that wipe out, farm animals and, livestock. If they're a legitimate, corporation, then the federal government gives them
relief. They've been here on Long Island like 70 years, this place, 70 or 80 years. And nobody knew, but they weren't sure if they could recover from this. It's a small business. It's not a lot. I mean,
Yeah, who buys duck eggs a lot? Just certain people.
Well, no, Walmart has them. We have them all over Long Island. You can buy duck eggs at just about any supermarket. So I don't know.
Yeah, we only got chicken eggs out here.
Well, you remember It's a big problem with the cows. The mad cow.
Mad cow. Yep.
Yeah, but now they're
all.
saying the milk and the cows have the bird flu. And
I don't know. We got common sense now, so we'll see what happens. Common sense in charge, so we'll see what happens. And you got Kennedy in there, so he could cause a lot of trouble, actually. But we'll see what happens there with Kennedy. I do want him to clean up the dyes and
well, he supposedly went after red dye number 5 already. So
yeah, get after the crap in our food, especially like your fast frozen food and stuff.
yellow dye, red dye, pink dye, whatever. All these
Yeah,
dyes.
it might cost a little more, but Europe's been doing it forever. They're just using natural. It shouldn't cost that much more to use natural. They're just being lazy. All these chemists in their food.
Well,
So-
no,
It's money. They figured out a way to use something to make money from it. It wasn't healthy for you, so they didn't care.
Yeah, AR, I can post a link. Hang on. There's a linky. So yeah, I think it's popcorn time. Just wait and see what happens.
well, and that's all we're going to get too. We're going to wait and see what happens. And I don't want to be a glass half empty sort of guy, but nothing's going to happen to these people. Nothing. I mean, if our government, I mean, we're talking about a cabal. Okay.
They
In
get
other
away
words,
with everything.
these
Yeah.
people have been doing stuff under the table and secretly for so long, and their reach has gotten so far into a fabric of our government that it's unreal. I mean, when Hillary Clinton looks out over the Congress, right, and she's standing there next to Schumer and they're holding hands, right, she looks out there and goes, I can buy and sell that guy. Matter of fact, I did buy and sell that guy last week, but I wouldn't bought the person that owns him, so I guess I still own him. You see, that's the way they think. That's exactly the way they think, and they manipulate this whole thing, and it goes right down to judges, governors, courts, judges, you name it. It goes right down through the system, and a good way of backing up what I'm saying is that look at that thing that interview, or not interview, it was a committee, and they had a subpoena to get her there, and that was the director of the Secret Service. Watch that, because the lady she's just flat lying. I mean, she had to repeatedly be told over and over again, say these are yes or no answers. You can't just circle around to a nothing answer on this, And the lady that was asking the questions on the committee, man, she was getting upset. She turned around, she looked at her and says, that's BS. You're full of crap and everything like that. And right at her, you're lying, you're being dishonest. And the thing is, though, is that the director of the Secret Service, she knows something. She knows names, see? And she's not going to expose those names because she's afraid of those people because they're more powerful than she is. And that's how much corruption's in our government and how evil these people are. Okay. And that's why nothing's going to happen to these people. And it's repeated. It's repeated itself through history. I mean, you look at Rome. Okay, they became so corrupt that their society, their government fell. Look at the czars. The czars in Russia. They finally got to the point where the people rose up and done something about it, and they just took them off the train, and right there in the ditch, they shot them. I mean, and then even in our own Revolutionary War against the against the British, we did the same thing. We took the matters into our own hands as a people. Look at Nazi Germany. Look what all those guys did. All the dirty, rotten, corrupt people. They all fled the country rather than face prosecution. I mean, and all the way up until Russia now. I mean, when the Soviet flag went down and the Russian Federation flag went back up, look what happened. They had a couple of coup attempts. So, this sort of thing has happened in other countries. And these people, they flee, they run for their lives. Either that or they commit suicide rather than face prosecution. And unfortunately, I think that's what we're dealing with right here. And nothing's going to happen to these people because the government is being expected to do something about it. But the government has all this corruption in it. So you're going to look at delays and committees and appeals and, you name it, indictments and then, you got to approve it, and all this other crap. And it's going to go on forever.
Yeah, but now we got Doge and we got computers.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They're going out and they're exposing all this stuff. But I'd be really surprised to see if anything happens to these people. If they are indicted and they are, to be arrested and all this stuff, they're just going to haul ass. They're just going to take whatever they got and they're going to leave, or either that or they're going to shoot themselves.
Okay, we got Carrot Destroyer is here and Kyle West here. Kyle West and Carrot Destroyer, good to see you.
Chessboard, I am thinking positive. I'm positive about this. And the thing is, though, this is something that has had to happen. These people needed to be exposed. We needed to wake up.
Well, we have a new head of the FBI, which is going to be huge. And the CIA is taking all this money that they're finding that, in Doge, they're finding, and the CIA needs to get money from somewhere to have it hidden, for their things. And a lot of this might come out because now we have computers, we have receipts. They got to find, where this is coming from. So,
yeah, like I said, if there's any indictments or anybody to be rounded up and stuff, but they're going to delay it. It's going to go on for years in court. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. But this cabal's got to be broken up. It's got to be these people. Something needs to happen.
I don't know. That's part of putting all these people together. With Trump is, I think, to speed up all of this stuff. I mean, they got the Epstein list. They got Diddley's listed. They're releasing stuff. They're showing the pictures. There is no hiding. There is, in other words, they're guilty. It's proven already by what they're releasing. So now it's just a matter of what they do with that. Okay, they can't go before a judge and just says, "No, that's all bullshit." It's real evidence. So
yeah, well, that's not going to stop them from leaving the country.
Well, let them leave.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and go out to the tarmac and get in their Learjet, and they're going to fly South America and live out the rest of their lives saying that was a good run. That's exactly what they're going to do.
They could also seize bank accounts, So yeah. I don't know. How does
place for all of it? If you're that dirty, you're going to convert a lot of that money to somebody else's money that you plan on leaving to. Yeah, avoid extradition, all that stuff. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I fail to have faith that the federal government will have anything too much to do a lot about this, because like I said, it's all throughout the fabric of our government, and it's I don't know. I'm
You're not trying to be negative. You're just exposing what could be.
He's not trying to be negative, but he's negative.
No, I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist with experience, and I look at the history of other countries that have dealt with the same thing. And it's like I said, like the Nazis. When their government fell and everything like that, they hauled ass because they knew that the people of Germany were going to have them prosecuted and killed, executed for what they did. The Nuremberg trials and stuff like that. So, they hauled ass. I mean, there were officers in the German army that, they went home and they just got ropes out and hung themselves in their, you know, in their basements rather than have to face, trial. So there you go. I mean, it's like I said, you look at history and yeah, it's nothing new. It's nothing new, man. Yeah. So they better have a good escape plan where they're at. If we do bring them up to trial, then yeah, you're going to see a lot of waffling, and I'd be surprised to see any of them go to prison.
What would be nice is if they can do this. They can get arrest warrant from a judge or whatever, okay, and just go and arrest them. They don't have to do anything else. Now they're in jail.
Even if they're not, they're exposed, and it's for the future, doing it again type stuff with other politicians.
You know what?
Even if they're not,
nice.
Yeah, at least they're exposed, and it's a warning for anyone that tries again.
What would be nice is that what would be nice to see is a group of, a mob of people chasing these people through the streets of DC.
Retarded.
These people are getting a net thrown over the top of them, and the next thing you know, they're out there on the lawn of the White House, tarred and feathered, tied to a pole with a sign around their neck saying, "This is what we do to corrupt politicians." That's what they need to do, and it all starts with Hillary and all the rest of them. Just out there on the lawn, tied to a pole. And that would be great, but that would take the people in order to do that. And I hate to say it, it's just like France with their revolution. They for years wanted their government to do something about the corruption, and nothing happened. And so finally, yeah, we're going to do it ourselves. They rounded those people up. And you know what they found out? They found out that these people that were so corrupt, these dignitaries and people that were all involved with the parliament, they seen their chateaus, these great big mansions and stuff that they built over there in France. Every one of them had an escape tunnel. They knew that sooner or later it's all going to come crashing down, and they had an escape plan. And that's the way these people think. I'm almost positive that's the way these people think too. They get their get out of jail card, whether they leave the country or whatever plan they're in. They're not going to face prosecution.
Susie Q, that's horrible. Pygmies, really? That's terrible. Anyway, let's see. Susie Q's here. Garage Guy's here. All right, Susie Q, you're getting a little
I think Susie Q might be a little bit of a person that has sort of a streak of troll.
Well, Susie's trolling. Yeah. The first one was funny, but the Burger King.
How you doing, man? How you feeling? You doing all right? I mean, other than just having the hack, you said you got this hack and you got the pain in the side of your chest and all that.
What,
still there? Yeah, you, Jim.
Oh,
Jim.
yeah,
Jim.
I'm okay. I don't talk about stuff like that, but I'm all right. I think. Just tuck in the arm when you cough.
Yeah, a lot of people that came over from the UK back during the time that mad cow disease, they can't do any blood transfusion. I know a few guys that came from Britain, and they're like, yeah, that's something that they tell us straight off. We were raised in the UK during the mad cow thing, and we can't do any blood transfusions. Yeah. Not to say that was a way to make a living.
Yeah, my wife got hepatitis from a blood transfusion, so the bad one.
Really? Yeah.
Luckily, her liver's better now.
Mm-hmm.
To medication and stuff and treatment.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah.
Keep quoting him. Okay, Jag. Yeah, I agree with you, Jag. Funny is funny, whatever.
Oh, so we're nursing home residents. Hey, Andy, I guess this is the uniform of the nursing home. Is our blue
Robes.
robes? Yeah.
Like to be comfortable.
Oh, they're comfortable, nice and warm. Oh, speaking of nice and warm, so for the last 3 weeks, man, it's been bitter cold out there. And for some reason, my feet just can't take the cold anymore. About 15 years ago, I finally threw away these pack boots that I had that were Sorels. I bought them years and years ago, and they were wore out. So I threw them out, and I told myself, I'm always going to buy another pair of those. Well, I never got around to spending the $200 to buy another pair. And, well, I decided a couple of days ago, I'm going to go out and get a pair. So I went out and looked for some Sorels, and the only place that I found that had them, they had them in a size that fit me, but they were too tight. And I told them, I said, maybe I'll come back and see you. But I tried other places, nobody had them. So I ended up ordering them online, and I got them in a size that's a little bigger than my feet, so I can wear thick socks. So yeah. Anyway,
Hello, Average Asia. How you doing? Saw you last week, or was it Wednesday? Yeah, AR. I don't know what's going on with your Streamyard and linking. Nursing homes and notorious for being cold. Yeah, that'll be the day when I go into a nursing home. I'll go out in the backyard and take care of the job right there. I'm not going to live in a hospital or a nursing home. That's a fact, Jack.
That's a terrible place to end up. I mean, it really is. Especially if you go to the VA, nursing homes, it's just terrible. I mean, you go in there. Got those people, in front of a great big bay window, and they're just with their mouth gaped open, and they don't even know if it's day or night outside. They got them all, jacked up on stuff. Man, what a terrible way to end your life.
No one's ever going to change my diaper. Let's put it that way.
How you doing, Dave? Uncle Jim?
How's
Andy?
it going?
Okay, there. How you doing?
Oh, doing good, man. I've been going into Restream on other channels, and every time I turn around, I got to change my audio, and it don't want to pick up my right channel, and it's still doing it. I just now got in here, though, with the right one. Go figure. I ain't paying them $40-something a month. And Restream's kind of weird. My audio is, you can't hardly hear me on Restream. I have to crank wide up, way up. In other words, so. Good to see you all.
Yeah, it's good seeing you too.
Furnace out for 2 days. Oof.
Just bored.
You know what? We had a power outage. I didn't do the video. I did a plowing video yesterday, and I decided not to do it. But in that we had a power outage. Our generator kicked on. I didn't even know it kicked on. Didn't even hear it. And usually our oven will beep. And so my wife looked it up, and it said, yeah, a lot of towns around here has power outage, and they estimate 1 hour. Guess what? On the button, 1 hour, the power was back on. How good were they?
They weren't good. They just decided to throw the switch back on.
Anyway, the internet's in a different spot now, so we had to run an extension cord, and I had internet, so that was fine. But that was pretty hilarious. They were right on the button. I'm like, you better be right. I'm counting the minutes, and it's like, boom, power comes on right at 28 after. It was hilarious.
That was out there.
Go figure. I'm trying to get in the side chat to say hello, and I can't. It comes up with the wrong channel. What the hell has Streamyard did with their shit since that new owner got it?
Yeah, I heard he's going to raise the price or something.
He did. Definitely raised it.
Well, West Covina Dodge is here. Well, here's what happened with me. Last year, I did the cheapo $10 thing. So the discount, $100 for a year, 99, whatever. And I couldn't figure out where to cancel this year. Okay. And then I thought, well, they'll give me a notice. No, I got charged on my credit card. So here I am another year. However, it's the old price. So
they charged me 40 something bucks when they first switched over. And
wow.
Yeah. Yep. Damn, I can't. I swear I can't even get in the side chat under my right channel. They really screwed some stuff up. They've tweaked some of the settings and things.
That's change for you. I hate change.
God,
however, the good news is my credit card expires by next year, so I'll be back to free.
I called my bank, told them I stopped charges.
Well, yeah, I couldn't figure out. I didn't want to, call the credit card company and all that. I said, okay, I'll let it run another year.
You just tell them you lost your card. They'll send you a new one.
I could. They make it hard to find where to cancel. Okay, they want you to let it run for years.
Wow.
Anyway, credit cards deleted by next year anyway, so they can't charge me.
Yeah. I had a problem online one time, and all I did was just call my credit card company, and then they sent me a new card. That was it. Period. I mean, it was like a week. It was only like, boom, a week later, I had a new credit card.
I do that, Dave, with my bank card. I call and get rid of it. That way they can't keep charging.
Right. It makes them mad. But, you got the right to cancel it. And, if you got money in their bank, they have to give you another one. They have to give you access to your money. Yeah.
I'm online with them, and all I got to do is go in there, and I can turn the card off. I can, and tell them, send me a replacement, and that's it.
You can freeze a credit card on your app.
You can call them. You can call them. Just the 1-800 number. Say, hi, this is it. This is the card number, and then they say okay, and then they go ahead instantly. It's like one button, boom, it stops working, and then they send you a new one.
Okay, Cranky Cletus is here. Pat is here.
Cranky, how you feeling?
Hey, Cranky.
If you have good credit card companies and a good bank, where we've had all kinds of stuff thrown at us before. Somebody with a fake name, charging gas down in California and stuff. It was no problem, no problem. One call, boom. And you don't have to talk to someone from India. Yeah, so we stick with the companies that are really good, and no problem. Anyway, good to see you, Cranky. And
how you doing, Cranky? How you doing?
Funny.
Let us know how you doing. We were all concerned about you. You were in the hospital for a while, and we want to know what's going on with you, man.
Well, his Eagles won, so that was a plus. He was happy. He was jumping off of he was hitting the ceiling. So at least Cranky had something to cheer him up.
Put another fuel pump in my car, Andy.
Okay.
Yeah. Dang thing went bad. China. Delphi, I think it was. Come to find out, AutoZone, they only do one. It's a limited lifetime warranty. It means they give you one. That's it. If it's bad, you're out of luck. I called O'Reilly. They said, look, and I knew that, but I wanted to make sure. They says, you put one on, it goes bad, we give you another one. You never have to buy one the rest of your entire life. And I said,
the amazing thing is that I was talking to a Scotsman. He says he that's the only store that he buys stuff. O'Reilly's.
I buy a lot there. That and Napa.
Must be
Use
the shit.
O'Reilly.
I had an AutoZone. Wait, I had an AutoZone battery that went out like 5 days before the warranty, and they gave me a new battery.
Scotsman's out there. He's going to chime in and chew my ass for that.
I'm not using Advanced Auto Parts anymore. I'm done with them.
Oh, you're talking Advance. I was talking AutoZone.
Yeah, I
remember
don't like
back
them
in
either.
the day.
They're crazy.
I remember
Hey,
back
they
in
gave me a
the
new battery with 5 days left on the warranty, and it was frozen out there at 5 degrees, and they gave me a new battery.
I can sit right here and call O'Reilly and tell them my name and my phone number. I'm in their system, and they'll order me a part without coming in the store. No cash down, nothing. I call Advance. Nope, you got to come in. AutoZone. Nope, you got to come in. We stopped that policy. You got to come in and pay first.
O'Reilly's used to be, what was the name before that? That's when I used them. It used to be, what were they called? It wasn't O'Reilly's. It was, what
I'm
was
not
their
sure.
old name? What was their old name? It was only like 10 years ago. They changed, 7, 10.
US 1.
Oh,
Advance bought AutoQuest. I know that. And folded it into one company. I'm not sure on O'Reilly. I don't know. Let me look that up. I'll look it up. Hang on.
well, as far as, yeah, okay, we got a lot of O'Reilly people here. I don't have
Yeah,
O'Reilly, so I can't use them here. I got Napa and AutoZone.
You know, I was going to tell you, you know, Napa used to be the place where you used to go to get the real high quality stuff, and that's all they sold. And they are just like everybody else now. They got a cheap line, and they got their expensive stuff, and they're still expensive. They're more expensive than anybody else. So
I can get certain Dave. I can get certain things through O'Reilly that Napa can't get.
yeah, I agree with Pat.
With Napa, if you have an account with Napa, which is easy, it's just an email. That's where I get all my oil filters because they're the good ones. They're Wix, you know, same company, and that's what I use for oil filters.
You
But
know,
yeah.
the only credit card I have as far as fuel is one for Cenex, because the Cenex that we have here in town, they sell real gas. There's no ethanol in it, and I buy all my fuel there. And so I just get the one, statement. I get the one statement from the bank, and I just pay it.
They sell non-ethanol gas where you live?
Yes, you can get non-ethanol gas at Cenex, and it's the only place.
We got only one place.
10% ethanol.
We only have one place here on Long Island that we can go to get non-ethanol fuel, and they only sell it. Sell it at a pump. You can only get 5 gallons, and you can't pump it in your car.
Wow.
It's for lawnmowers.
Yeah,
we got it everywhere here.
Yeah, we have a gas station that has ethanol.
I buy all my fuel there. I buy all my fuel for my chainsaw, my lawnmower, everything.
Yeah, well, that's non-ethanol. They sell it here. You can go to any auto parts store. Even I think Walmart sells it. Non-ethanol gas. It's like a quart can, and it's like $9. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so O'Reilly's used to be Shucks. Thanks, Jag. And then 6-shooter Texans saying O'Reilly's down in Texas used to be High-Low. All right.
Yeah, I remember Shucks. Auto Parts. Yeah.
O'Reilly bought High-Low Automotive for $47 million.
Yeah, and they bought all the Shucks and turned them into O'Reilly's. So
There's a place here.
Yeah,
there was a place here that was pretty cheap. It was called West Bay Auto Parts, and they were pretty big all through this area. You know,
I still have a caliper I still use for reloading that I got from Shucks that turned into O'Reilly years later, and it still works perfect.
All I know is that the Scotsman, that's the only place where he buys his auto parts, and that's O'Reilly's. It must be the shamrocks or the leprechauns they got in there or whatever. But yeah. Scotsman was telling me he loves that place.
I'm on my second water pump on my 94 Toyota pickup truck to O'Reilly. Every time it goes bad, I just go get another one free.
Where's
I
the
just go with whoever has the best price. So if a muffler is cheaper at this one place, it's the same muffler, name brand, I will go to that place.
Patriot Paul? I'm stirring it up.
Yeah, they have it locked down here, man. It's crazy. There's one station. It's about 40 minutes for me to drive to.
Wow.
And I mean, I can go there and pick up 5 gallons, and it'll last me all summer, fall, and winter for my equipment. But
that's one thing funny because like I've noticed ever since that I've been retired how little I fill the gas tank up anymore. I mean, a tank of gas lasts me a month and a half. I'll go down to Cenex and fill up, and get my usual non-ethanol gas, and yeah, I used to go through gas like crazy when I was working. Yeah.
Well, ethanol is okay if you don't let it sit. If you're running your car every day, it's fine. But if you got like ATVs and things like that, mini bikes, all that, you want the non-ethanol for your carbs.
We have 2 grades of ethanol here, 90 octane and I think 86. I can't remember, 88, something weird. I can't remember the number.
we have 87, 89, and 93.
Yeah, and then we got 2 grades of the recreational gas. Is what I was meaning.
Yeah, we don't have that. The state, there is no such thing. I don't know how the guy sells it over there. But like I said, you can't pump it into your car, so that's how he sells it. Same thing. I have one gas station that I know that I can go in and buy 100 octane.
Wow.
Av gas out of the pump because you can't pump it in your car.
Yeah, we get farm diesel for the tractor because it's no tax, and it's red. It's red, so they can tell
The red dye in it.
Yeah, you don't want to pull your truck up to that pump. You have gas cans. Obviously that's a red flag. But
we have. That's funny because you mentioned the color. We have a native reservation over here where they sell gas and cigarettes. It's not a big area, but that's what they do. So there's no tax on the gas. So gas is 30 cents a gallon cheaper. Just pull in, it's 30 cents a gallon cheaper. And in the reservation, there's this one guy that sells the racing fuel, but it comes in 5-gallon cans. It's already, Valvoline, whoever, the Sunoco. And stuff is off the wall in price.
Yeah.
I mean, I need 104 octane if I'm not running my car with nitrous. If I want nitrous, I put 110 in. 110 octane. It's $140 for 5 gallons.
Jeez.
Now you know why I don't race anymore.
Yeah.
I burn a gallon every time I go down the track.
Wow.
Between the burnout and the run, I'm a gallon of gas plus. It's more than a gallon, closer to a gallon and a half. Okay, that's how much I use in one run.
What kind of pistons you got in that motor, Andy?
Oh God, I'm trying to think who makes them now.
And what's your compression ratio in that thing too?
Well, we purposely built it at 11-to-1.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And it needs if I'm not running it, all out, I can get away with basically 100 octane, but that's kind of av gas. That's not too bad. It's only $8 a gallon here.
Oh.
But the other stuff is, it's like $20-something a gallon. So a race day cost me to get to the track and tolls and the return trip home and the food, the entry fee, the price of the gas. If I'm running nitrous, there's that cost. An easy $600 for the day.
Jeez.
So that's kind of why I don't race anymore. Plus, we had a local track, so I didn't have to have all of that. When that closed, it was like, are you kidding me? I mean, the first time I went to the track and I said, this is ridiculous. I mean, you're towing a trailer, so you're paying for the car and the trailer. So the toll ain't $8, it's $25. Okay. And that's, so that's, and there's 2 of those tolls I got to go through. That's $50 just to go over the bridges.
I'm gonna get a guy I know to come in side chat, Uncle Jim.
And, so I mean, you're going to eat breakfast on the road. So that's, if you're doing cheap, you can get away for under $10. Lunch, you're at the track. So a hamburger and fries and a Coke is $15, and again, entry to get in $50. All your fuel, everything. It's a $600 day. The gas to get there and back, it's not 100 miles away. It's 200 miles away. So, it's a 4-hour ride. It's, all this crazy stuff.
My 94 was 10.5 to 1 ratio, compression. My L98 is 9.5 to 1.
Well, 10.5 to 1, you still got away with the unleaded gas. But I mean, Sunoco now has 94 octane, but it's still ethanol. So I don't feel now I can, if I'm just going to cruise around car shows and stuff like that, I put that in and I add lead to it because I want the lead for lubricating. Okay. But as far as racing it, if I know I'm going to go out and really stomp on it, I got to drain the gas that's in the tank and put in race fuel. I'm not blowing the motor up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, are you going to sell your car since you don't race anymore?
I've got it kind of quietly up for sale. I let the right people know, and I only had one hit on it. The guy says, "You're out of your mind for $22,000." I said, "Look, if you pull the motor and the tranny out of the car, okay, the work that's in the chassis, the parts that are in the chassis are about $45,000 if you were to build this." And that's without the labor to do it. That's just the parts. I said, so if you think $22,000 is a lot of money, go find something somewhere else at this level of a car. Because my car, the guy that owned it before me, he dumped it. Okay, I mean, he has the money in it. The car in '97 was certified to run in the 7s. So anybody that knows about racing know what it takes to get a chassis certified to run in the 7 seconds for the NHRA safety. The roll cage alone is 15, 18 grand back then. So it's not just a simple roll bar. There's bars throughout the whole car. Okay. Every speed you go, you need more and more roll cage. It's not like one roll cage covers everything. So my car certified for 790s. Now it'll make 890s in certification. I need one more bar to put it back down to lower. I'm running 1090s. I don't have to do anything more than that. I'm happy. Yeah, 55 gallons of 50/50 nitro is around $180. That's 50/50 nitro. But unless you're running in that high level car, the cars that are running down in the 6s and below, you don't need the nitro. But basically, it's crazy what it costs to run a race car. You watch any of that stuff. You know what happens when John Force blows the motor? You have any idea how much money that is? If they can't salvage anything when it blows that bad. The heads are gone, the block's gone. Block's $100,000, $150,000. All right, heads are up there in price, $50,000 for heads. I mean, you blow a motor, you put $500,000 goes down the drain, and the damage it does to the chassis and stuff to repair it, and the fiberglass, the body. It's ridiculous what that stuff costs.
What you woofing down on there, Jim?
Mixed nuts.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's what's for dinner right now.
I'll tell you one thing. I did blade steak, and I cut the bone out of it, and then I pounded that shit like it owed me money. I mean, I got it all nice and flattened out, and then I went ahead and cut up some apples. I put some apples in there with some applesauce, and then I rolled them up, and then used a toothpick, to hold it together, and I put those in. My air fryer, and I baked them for 45 minutes. And when they came out, they were delicious. I mean, you cut them off, and they got the roll with all the applesauce and the apple in there, and there was a little bit of, nutmeg in there. Man, it was good. That worked out really good. And pork blade steak's cheap. I mean, it's really cheap right now.
6-shooter, do you do anything with your bullets now that Uncle Jim got them to go? That was just curious if he loaded some different powder and seen what happened.
Oh, you're interested in the full, the non-hollow point, right? The 170.
Well, they all shot. You shot them all. They all shot.
I know, but I still got to play with. That's something I need to do. I just can't walk out there and put targets right now. I got to wait till it's colder. I need to get out to 50 and 70 and do 357. But yeah, you were asking 6-shooter if you took him out. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got him to shoot. I mean, obviously, maybe your velocity was higher, different type of powder. So I don't know what powder he was using and what he was. I mean, he's loading light because, it's cowboy action. He needs maybe up the charge a little bit, whatever. But
that's going to be the fun experimenting, and that's next on my list. 357, maybe do some maximums. But the main thing holding me back is if I walk out there when I'm sloppy, I'm going to get stuck. It's going to be just a mess. And if I go out in the morning, it's nice and hard out there, and I got to get targets up all over the place.
Oh, you're going to go with hardball? How hard? Yours weren't hard, were they, UJ? He's talking about he's getting some hardball lead in.
Oh, yeah, mine are medium. I think they were like my range scrap and wheel weights. They weren't terribly. They weren't.
What 12?
Let me guess. 15 BHN max.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a little less than that because it was part of my range scrap. So, I could go a lot harder. But right now, I just want to see where we're at. Now cast some more. I have small batches.
Yeah, I just, I mean, that was part of the deal. Like with 223, we went to harder lead. We went to a harder. We were going up to 20 BHN in the lead to get them to work in an AR.
Yeah, when I do maximum, I'm going to have really hard casts. So
yeah. So hardball is 16. I may cut it with some pure to get 12 to 14. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was thinking I was somewhere 13, 15. I'd have to file a bullet and check it. Yeah.
The point is you got it to work, so we know the bullet works. It's just finding the right.
But I wasn't at longer range, so that's what I want to see. At 50.
Yeah, but how far was he?
50 will tell you everything.
Yeah, but you shot it close range originally, and they were all over the place, weren't they?
No, I shot the really soft ones for milk jugs at 50 yards, and that's when they were sporadic.
Yeah, okay.
However, they were the deep hollow point and the Pintas, the lighter ones, and it was in a handy rifle. So I got the contender out, put a red dot on it, and boom, it looked like nothing crazy going on, and that tells me, nothing. Even though it was close range, nothing crazy. So that tells me, yeah. So I've been meaning to do that, but every time I do that, my son throws something at me, and we got
Well, you got things to do. You're busy. Always stuff to do.
Yeah, I just got to get out there when it's not sloppy and I don't sink and get my food eaten off by a mountain lion.
You got to find yourself some old carpet, make 3-foot runners, and roll it out, and then roll it back up.
Well, I bought my wife some snowshoes for Christmas about 5 Christmases ago, and I should get those things and just get out there. Yeah.
You can make a video.
Yeah, well, I could do the quad trail if I had a little berm there. That's an easy walk, and so I'll figure it out.
You'll get to it. The weather ain't the best yet either, so you're dealing with forces of nature to go out there and do your thing. So
yeah, so
zip line, yeah.
Yeah, like I want a zip line hanging around.
Well, you got to put a few poles up just to have a pulley to pull a target out and then let it hang. That's all.
Hey, it's an easy walk as long as it's not like up to my knees. There was one winter I went out there. My son's watching me, and I'm trying to turn around and look back at him. I can't get my legs out of the snow. I was stuck past my knees, and I couldn't get my. I couldn't walk, and I was like, I can't make it. How do I make it back? But somehow I did, but it was brutal. Brutal Bob is here. Speaking of brutal, hey, Brutal Bob.
Yes.
It was brutal.
That's who I was trying to get over here, Bob.
I'm going to bail out, guys.
All right.
I'll be on a side chat for another 10 minutes, just listening and having a smoke or whatever.
Good to see you, Andy.
Yeah, they are good to see you. I mean, you got to pop in here and be alive once in a while. We have no,
yeah, I will.
The AR's doing okay. So Elliot's doing okay. So that's good to hear. I sent him a box, but I never heard anything. So I don't know if the stuff fit him or what.
Let me ask him. I just texted him just now and told him I'm on Uncle Jim's. Come on over here.
But that's about it. I mean, I do what I could at the time. So that's it. All right, everybody. Have a great weekend. We'll talk
you
to you
too, man.
soon.
Yep. See you later, Andy.
All right. Good night, Andy. Thanks for coming on. And get out there in the cold. Just dress like an Eskimo.
Good to see you, Bob.
Yeah. So we have Brutal Bob is here. Right when I said brutal, too. Interesting.
Former policeman.
Wow. All right.
That's how he got it. That's how he got his name. I should say how. Brutal interrogations.
May I suggest a nightstick officer?
That's all I'll say, Bob. I won't say
bring
anything else.
bring the nightstick back. People.
Yeah.
People didn't give guff so much when there was nightsticks used. All right, I'm just saying.
That's true.
Now they just give all kinds of guff.
Shoot, well, in the 70s, even in a rural county here in Georgia, you drunk, you smart off, cops would jump on you and beat the crap out of you, boy.
Yeah.
You know what? Believe it or not, Jim,
Hey, Ross.
one of the most abusive police departments out here is the Bainbridge Island Police. You don't want to flip any crap to those guys. They will. They'll beat the crap out of you. They will.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the Bainbridge Island Police, man. Those guys, they don't screw around. You don't give them any lip, boy. I'll tell you that. They've been in trouble over and over and over again.
Yeah, most don't do that anymore. They're scared to death. Yeah.
Slapjack, Michael. I have one. I can grab it in 5 minutes.
I got a slapjack too.
I thought they were called. What were they called? Damn it. Anyway.
A sap.
A sap. They were.
Yeah.
Blackjack, slapjack, all kinds of.
Yeah, I got a really nice leather sap. Beautiful in the package. Yeah. We can carry them here.
I
So
imagine they're legal down here. but trying to explain that to a judge, even if you're on video being attacked, might be a little difficult. Just like brass knuckles.
Yeah.
Yeah. They say you got enough time to put a pair of brass knuckles on. Why didn't you try to diffuse it some other way?
Best
Yeah,
thing
we can carry.
Use them, but that judge is probably going to give you that beady evil eye.
Yeah, we're allowed to carry brass knuckles here too. Freedom doesn't matter.
I like to carry a 6 battery flashlight.
Mm-hmm.
6 batteries in it.
Yeah, my boss was a retired Marine and cop, and he always had his big flashlight.
Thing will knock you out, boy. You hit somebody in the head with it.
That was his nightstick. And what's funny is those flashlights aren't even nearly as bright as modern little ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious, but he said that's not what it's for.
Yeah.
Well, we used to carry, a lot of guys would carry, and women would carry the 3 and 4 D cell, mag lights.
Mag lights is what.
And then a lot of times also, and I still use a tire billy just to check my tires, but sometimes you find them made out of stainless steel and whatnot. So
yeah,
I think mine's 6 cells, D6 of them. And it's that police one you get at Advanced Auto Parts. My daughter bought it for me for Christmas a few years ago. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Bright.
There you go.
Yeah. Big old mag light. Yep.
That's old school right there.
Yep. The boat gave us these. Yeah, the boat bought a bunch of them, and they were selling them to the sailors. And the sailors didn't like them because they're too heavy. So the boat turned around and said, "Yeah, you guys want some flashlights?" We said, "Sure." So they gave them to us. It was cool.
I'd use one today.
They're not bad. They're not a bad flashlight, but they're not up to like today's standards with 10 bazillion candle watt.
Bouncers used to use them in Georgia back in the 80s and 90s. Here,
like Uncle Jim was just saying, this flashlight here has more lumen and more throw than that old D-cell.
However, you gotta like the old school stuff, like in the Omega Man where he had the huge chrome flashlight on his gun. Mm-hmm. I love that. My son wants to make one just like that. The big chrome flashlight on his little gun, whatever. Oh, it's hilarious.
No,
they also gave us these Pelicans in our shop, and then that way we could keep them in our pocket. And if you're down inside the submarine and you have a power outage and the lights go out, you need one of these. Yeah, you do. You need one of these.
Well, matter of fact, earlier today at the range, I was using this one to check. I was having feeding issues with one of my UP-15s, and it just wasn't liking the magazine is what it comes down to. But the first couple rounds, it's like I jammed it. It's like, well, what's going on here? And so I'm checking to make sure there isn't a case stuck in there or something. Bright daylight, middle, noon, Florida, and still, came in really came in handy. It was right there in my pocket. Yeah. Well, that's what what was it? The SAS, when they had to go into the Iranian embassy, that they had, I don't know if it was mag lights or just ever-readies or whatever, but they had them just duct taped to their MP5s.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm to the point anymore where I don't even trust the opinion of a judge when it comes down to stuff like that. If I get an altercation and I have to use something to protect myself, whether it be a flashlight or whatever, that sort of thing, I get taken up on charges. First thing I'm going to do is get a lawyer, and I'm going to shut the hell up.
Yep.
I'm not going to tell them anything, and don't tell them anything. Don't say anything because they're going to use all that against you in courts. Just shut up and let your lawyer.
And even if the judge, even if you're found not guilty of everything, they give you a key to the city and everything. Some lawyer is going to sue you on behalf of the family for,
just shut up. Yeah. Just don't say, even if you get pulled over and say, okay, you've had a couple of beers and they're trying to nail you for a DUI. When they say, do you understand these, rights as I read them to you? Tell them no.
Yeah.
Because you don't. You really don't. Because they're in 3-ring binders in lawyers' offices behind their desk in bookcases. That explains your rights. You don't know your rights, so don't agree to that cop. Don't sit there and think you do. Just say no, I don't. If you don't understand your rights, then they got a problem. What are you going to do? Make me understand? No.
There's a lawyer, and I'm drawing a blank on what his name is right now, but it's like Criminal Lawyer Reacts, CLR is the name of the channel, and he's a defense attorney. And first thing he says, he has a hat sitting on his desk that says, "Stop self-snitching." Just like you're saying.
Exactly. They're expecting you to tell on yourself. And the bottom line is, here's another thing too. Once they find out that you're not going to, accept, the Miranda rights because you don't understand them, then what they'll do is they'll take you to jail, and then they'll say, well, we're going to get the public defender up here to explain those rights to you. All you have to do is just look at them and say, I refuse counsel from anybody who's an agent of the court. I want my own lawyer.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And that pisses them off, because once you deny that, they've got nothing, because they're not lawyers. They don't study law. They don't know anything like that. So that pisses them off. And you're gonna spend some time in the can until your lawyer gets you out. But you won't spend long. Just do it.
Wait till a lawyer gets there.
Give him the finger as you're walking out of the jail. Yeah, do the whole 9 yards, because all they want is a conviction. That's it. All they want is a conviction. So they can mark it down in a little box and get federal money for it. Yeah, we're cleaning up the town from all the drunks driving around. Yeah, right. Yeah.
It definitely depends on where you live and the jury. So that's another thing. But always let the lawyer do his job.
He's a professional. He's a professional, and he will always tell you in his chamber when he brings you in the office. He says, "Okay, here's how it does. You hired me to do the dance. I'm going to be doing the dancing. You just stand there, and when I say yes, or when I ask you something, you either you shake your head up and down, or you go like this, as no. That's it. Period. That's all you need to do. I'm going to handle the whole thing." And that's what they do. And they're worth every penny, because they'll get you out. They'll get you out of jail. They'll get you out of prosecution. Yep.
Last time I sat in front of a judge like that, just like you said, my lawyer said, don't dress fancy. He's there, just wear clean, neat clothes. Yep. You just sit there, you keep your mouth shut. You let me do what you're paying me to do. Shut up.
That's right. And it's worth every penny.
Yeah. And just like you said, I just shook my head. When the judge asked me yes or no, I said yes. Because the lawyer told me to say yes. I said no when the lawyer told me to say no. And, I don't want to use the term that I scooted or I slid, but because I was smart enough to keep my mouth shut and let the guy who I hired to do the job, I was able to stay out of a lot worse trouble than what I could have had the book thrown at me.
Go to court sometime and watch the people try to defend themselves, because it's a whole different thing with the judge. Because when a lawyer is representing somebody, that judge is very factual. He doesn't use any conjecture. He doesn't ask any outside of the borders questions or anything like that. He just looks at the lawyer. He says certain things, and that's it. He says, "Okay, well, I've arrived to my decision." Blah 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 blah, and that's it. And I'll tell you what, it's worth every penny. A judge, he's not going to respect anything you say. He don't care.
He's
already convicted in his mind. He's going to convict you. He's going to, no matter what you have to say, and that's it. But a lawyer, he's going to have to he's going to have to say the right things, and he's going to have to stick to the facts, and he can't make any conjecture out of anything. Like, well, I think that you're doing this, or I think you're doing no. It doesn't matter what you think right now. I'm innocent. proven guilty. You haven't proved that yet, idiot.
The lawyer is the one who does it every day. He works with these same judges every day. Works with the same prosecutor. You just keep your mouth shut. Yeah.
Yep, brutal Bob. Yep, brutal Bob. You have a right to remain silent, and that is the strongest defense you have, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just write that check, whatever that check is. You just say okay. Yeah. And you might have to you might have to sell your house, but at least you're not sitting in the can.
Yep.
So now what happened with me, it was a drinking and driving case is what I was dealing with. And he was able to get it thrown out of court. So yeah, he was worth every penny that it cost. Ironically, the judge who sat on my for my case, he's the one who also married Susan and I about 3 years later. So what's been going on, AR?
Nothing much, man.
Yeah.
Driving, swimming, walking, working on the car. At least I was a lot. I got to flare the transmission lines now. I got a rubber hose on it, and if I hit a hump speed breaker, sometimes it ends up leaking, even though I got like 6 clamps on it.
Right.
I think they cut it to put the starter in, I suspect. But
now,
that shop pisses me off, all the stuff they did. They damaged my paint. What else did they do? They stole my sending unit. I had to buy another $200 used one from Corvette Recycling. And I can't do anything. My mistake was I should have took my phone, put the geotagging on my photographed my damage right there in his lot that day, and I didn't do it. It was pouring down rain, and we was rushing. He said, take the car, don't even worry about paying. Acting like he was cool, and it's a great nightmare. I got it running now. It's still I'll tell that. Anyone.
Oh hell, everybody froze up. 2 people are mute and AR's froze.
Down. Well, am I still here?
Yeah, no, you're there. Yeah,
okay. I seen everything spin. So okay. Yeah, I'm gonna flare that transmission line. I bought a little kit. I bought the old copper union and little flare fittings, and I'm gonna get on there and try to do that to it and get it where it'll work. If not, I'll do the ferrule fittings if that don't work, which it should.
Now, is there any kind of fabricators down around there that would specialize that in a little, who's a little better quality than what you're dealing with now?
No. I mean, what I'm going to do is probably about the best you can do. I can fit it with a ferrule fitting, which is pretty good, and I can use a compression fitting too.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to do steel flare the steel, put the copper union in there, and middle pipe's going to be just copper. It's used for transmission lines, and I'm going to flare that and just hook it together and tighten it down good. That should do it.
Okay, good. Now, what year Corvette is this again? It's been so long since. I think we lost AR again.
Now I'm back.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Now, what year Corvette is this one?
It's 89.
89. Okay.
Yeah, I got almost 19,000 miles on it now. Original at this point. And it runs good. The only thing I'm gonna change, I wished I'd have did it. I'm gonna take the fuel pressure regulator off, and I'm gonna put adjustable. That way I can crank up the gas pressure a lot more. Yeah. So I'm gonna eventually do that myself. And I had to rerun the TV cable, throttle valve cable. It's a 700 transmission that it doesn't have a passenger gear, it has a throttle valve body.
Right.
And, I got it set, but they ran it on the other side of the distributor, and I actually run it around the distributor right now temporarily. And it's supposed to be underneath the distributor and then come straight underneath the runner tubes and go. My pedal was real hard when I got it. And I looked at it and I said, son of a gun, man, they had like a 90 degree coming out of the firewall and then at an angle 45 over to the, I mean, it didn't make sense the way they
Right.
did it. You'd have to be stupid the way they did it. And then they put my dang hood strut on backwards, and it would vibrate on my alternator, and I'd put my palm on the thing, and I go, what the hell is that? And I looked at it, and one day I was looking through my phone, and I says, damn, they put my strut on my hood backwards. So that shot was a bunch of yahoos. They wouldn't give me a receipt. I went 3 times to get a receipt. Still
Right.
can't get a receipt. Because they don't want to pay what it is. They don't want to, they know they damaged my hood, and they know it's about probably $2,000 to $3,000 to paint it, at least 2,000.
Right.
And they don't want to do that, so they just go, "Oh, we're out of ink." And I go, "Yeah, right. I'll be back later." And
Yeah,
they're crooks.
I've had to deal with crooked shops, or at least, and maybe it's not even crooked, but just shops that they don't know what the hell they're doing. And,
Heck, they steal stuff there.
oh,
I mean,
hell.
it's not just my car. They say a guy worked. I met a guy at Advanced Auto Parts that worked for them. He said that they steal everything they can. If you don't know it, they take it. And I go, gosh, they're that bad. And so I had to come home. I was so flipped out when he said that. I had to look at he said, you better go home and look at your engine and transmission. I said, you serious? He said, yeah. So I went home. I got there with a flashlight looked at the transmission. And I said, they better not switch my transmission.
Yeah, make sure you don't have a 4-cylinder in there.
Yeah, but it is my motor. So, but I definitely got an easier pedal now. I'm gonna when the spring gets here, I'm gonna rerun it underneath the distributor. It was kind of easy. I just took the plate off the L98 and undid it and fed it through the runner tubes, and then wrapped it around the distributor. And it's a lot better now. I can actually floorboard the thing now. Before, you get right about 3/4, down and push. It was stiff, real hard, and that kind of ticked me off because I couldn't really get on it. And,
The other day, I went to the dealership to get my final free oil change and tire rotation done.
mm-hmm.
And I'm questioning whether they even did the rotation, because all four, when I pulled in there, and I forgot to say anything, but on my vehicle, on the dash, as soon as you start it up, it has all these flashing lights and this little cartoon that shows each tire being flat, which is down to like 32 pounds of pressure in there. And you would think that when they're doing the oil change and doing the rotation, they'd take it back up to 37 pounds. I wound up going to Wawa and having to take care of it, but it just because I had to get out of there, because this one salesman was bound and determined he was going to sell me a new Rubicon.
Yeah, I had sensors. What was it? Discount Tire took my original sensors off, cut them off, and threw them away. They had to do a claim. I got 4 off of eBay. They didn't work for a while, but believe it or not, the more I drove it, finally they synced up with my computer command module, and now it seems fine, and no problems. Used to you hit a little pothole and it would flash low air, low tire pressure, and mine was the early generation. Had a band around the wheel and had this little plastic, and it was color coded, like green on the left rear, or yellow right rear, or something like that. Heck, I can't even remember the color now, but it was.
Yeah, they when we traded Susan Sahara in for her, we went from a Sahara to just a Wrangler Sport, but there was enough of a time gap between the two models that, other than not having leather seats, her Sport was actually had more toys on it than her original Sahara. So, but yeah, I told the guy that we had just put brand new Goodyears on her Sahara. Yeah, they were not even 6 months old. We're not doing the we're not taking this newer Wrangler without swapping the tires out. Well, that one had 17s and Susan has 18s, so they had to do that, but they actually did the tire sensors immediately, and it actually worked for once. So,
well, if my wife's tire sensors go out, it's going to be visually inspect from then on.
Yeah.
I've never had one in my life. What the hell?
It's
Look at the car. You start the car. You look, see if everything. Yeah.
I hope the hubs are good. Everything seems good. The hubs seem good. They're quiet. I changed the rear end grease, changed the transmission fluid. The only thing I got to do the power steering. I'm gonna flush that system, and I'm gonna flush the brake system with 3 and 4 synthetic brake fluid. Dot 2 and 4.
well, see, that's like my Rubicon. It has all kinds of sensors and all kinds of bull on it. And excuse me, it's nice. I like it. I do enjoy it. But there's part of me that can't wait till all this electronic stuff starts to break, and then just replace it with manual. Replace the locking rear and forward axles with just manual. Replace the hub with locking, just manual locking hubs. And
yeah, I thought first I had to repack the bearings on my vet, then I realized they were hubs. They're permanently packed.
yeah,
And you place them. I forget what the cost is to replace them now, but I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna eventually do the U joints probably in time because they're 34 years old.
okay, yeah.
So, but no noises or anything. I mean, it runs good, runs strong. I think it'll run stronger if I put a better fuel pressure regulator on it, though.
What you're not going to have one of these vehicles that sit in the cave for 100 years, and the people come running up to it and they jump into it and it starts immediately and goes 100 miles an hour.
I drive this thing every day. Well, I done put 4,000 miles on it since September. Yeah. But it's fun. It's nice. I enjoy it. I got my phone in there. I got a little FM transmitter. I got free YouTube music. I go, okay, Google, play the Guess Who, play the Eagles, and it goes through my radio. And believe it or not, this actually sounds, my stereo Bose system sounds better with this than the FM radio.
Yeah.
Way better tone to it. Ah, shut up, Google. Hang on, Google's talking.
Those injectors are somebody.
I got 22-pound stock injectors, but I still think I need a pressure regulator. Adjustable would do better on it. And I might put a chip in it too, one of those performance chips.
Right.
In time.
Yeah, so I don't know if doing that with the Rubicon, how that would affect any warranties I still have on it. Because when I bought it, it was still 3 years or 36,000 miles. Now they're up to 5 years, or I think it might actually go to 100,000 miles. But yeah, they're this Rubicon that the salesman was trying to sell me the other day was it was a 25. It was only $75,000. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on this one.
That's another thing I need to get a good performance air filter too. Get away from those papers. And, but I love it, man. I can go fast. I can pass people now. I used to be in a 4-cylinder, man. It was awful. People get behind me and get frustrated because I couldn't hardly take off.
Right.
Now shoot, I'm gone. I take off. It's not the most horsepower car, granted, in 1989, but it's got good torque to it.
I don't need to have the fastest engine, just a fast engine.
Yeah. It I get 33 foot-pound. I think 3,300 foot-pounds of torque. 330 something foot-pounds of torque at 3,200 RPM. That's pretty low.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what mine's doing yet. Yeah. So I'm certain.
I had a 94 once, guy. It didn't. Jesus. I think it didn't hit that foot-pound torque to about 4,000, maybe more. It was horrible. I got rid of that car years ago. I didn't keep. I kept it. I think 2 years, 3 years, and but I enjoy it. Ain't nothing like a fun car.
The
I want to do most of the work myself from now on. Shops cost too much money. Jeez. I regret not pulling the motor myself.
Brutal Bob has the Buick Grand National, which, if I remember correctly, was the had a 6-cylinder with the turbo in it. And
yeah, I see Pat had an L98, had a heater bypass and an EGR valve problem. Yeah. I got the original EGR valve on mine. Yeah, I was going to replace it, but it seems to work, so I kept it.
Pat drives a Hyundai now?
My vet will do 150 something miles an hour. You know, it's just because it's L98, it's got torque. I have a performance factory headers. Mine's kind of mine's not like every 89 on the road. Mine has a factory headers, factory performance exhaust system, everything. I mean, if you look at the VIN code, I can see it. Lower gear, rear end, and it'll move.
All right, this is for Pat. My son's been on a note kick lately. He leaves notes, like on the reloading bench is a note, and then there's a new toy there that I don't know about. And then he put a note on the light switch. He's like, I changed the lights, we rewired the lights. Try this, bitch, type deal. And then I just go and take a pee, and on his door, he's got sleeping shush. So there's for Pat. He's on a note kick lately. It's funny. All right. Nothing to do with cars, but if tractors were legal to drive around town, I'd have one.
I remember Chevettes. God, what a car.
I think my first wife had a Chevette.
I wanted one.
She got out of high school.
Yeah, my mom
Cheap on
had.
gas.
Yeah, my mom had one. It ran forever. Didn't have any problems. I got my biggest ticket in that car. Yeah, as a teenager. It was bad. So, but yeah.
You got a ticket in a Chevette?
Yeah, doing 55 and a 25.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Well, you know where Carkeek Park is? That's where
No.
mom would hang out and party. Okay. It's on the water.
Yeah.
And it was snowing out, and I did a 51 and a 15, and I'm coming up the hill to go to the park, you know, in the park, and there was a cop right there. Right up and got me. Yeah. Hey, the Chevette was a great little car. I'm sorry. It hurts me.
Yeah, they did a good job in the snow. I mean, being front wheel drive and, you know, kind of a little bit on the small side.
I can't remember what wheel drive it was, but it never broke down. It never had issues. And
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were a front wheel drive.
she sold it with like 150 thou on it, so, and it still looked good.
When I was target shooting earlier today, I dropped about a dozen pieces of Starline brass into this big old bucket of Lake City.
Uh-oh.
Well, now my OCD's kicking in. So
Well, yeah, next time you tumble and sort, you're going to have to look at every one of them.
I just finished tumbling them a little bit ago, and so I'm just going through them slowly, and they'll wind up in the pile. I have, I think, 3 buckets of Lake City, and I'm still working on bucket number 1, getting it all processed through for its first reloads. So then I have a couple buckets of Federal. Everything else goes into the melt pile. And, So, and also, I wet tumbled some of this brass a few years ago. I kept having. I thought it was the primers because I did good primer strikes, but they wouldn't go off. And it was just in this batch of ammo, and this was the first time these primers had started to act like this. So I finally broke down and pulled the 2-3 dozen rounds that this happened. And every one of them were still wet from the wet tumbling. So it was like,
Oh, you got water. Oh, bad.
yeah, there's still water in the case. And the thing is, I would leave. I'd set everything up in 50 round blocks, plastic blocks and ammo blocks, and leave them sit out in the sun in 90-degree sunny Florida. You walk outside, you catch on fire weather, and the vast majority of them were fine, but there was just some that, for whatever reason, they just didn't evaporate out.
Wow.
Run them on the Dillon, you don't get that chance to really double check them all the time.
If all your necks are cut to the same length, if you cut your necks all to the same length, you don't even have to really, do that stuff before you load. You just go ahead and load them all. And then when you go ahead and, you're going to package them up, just put them upside down in a 50-round ammo box, and you can just look at the bottoms, and the ones that are Lake City, pick those out, or the ones that are, some other thing, just pick those out. You know what I mean? You can set up a rig that way, you don't have to do it before.
Yeah. Well, like I said, right now I'm just going through them just, while we BS. It's not that big of a deal. And like I said, these ones are all range pickups. So wherever I pick up, I keep the Lake City and I keep the Federals. And I have a bucket for them. And everything else just goes in scrap buckets. And if somebody wants to come to my house and go digging through them and get a bunch of 223 or 5.56 cases, I'll be more than happy to let them have them. So
I need to come see you.
It literally might be 10 years before I load these cases again, because I just have so much, and I'm trying to get them all processed through. And nothing I detest more than case trimming. So eventually, probably next tax year, next year when we get our taxes, I'm going to buy one of those, not the Hornaday knockoff, but the original. Well, I can't think what the name of the company is, but that really nice trimmer with the 3-way cutter on it. Not the Gerard, but the
Ultimate.
what is it?
Ultimate.
I can't think of the name. It's a really nice setup.
Trim it.
No. Hornaday's making a knockoff of it, and they're charging about $100 less than they're making in China. And it's going to be typical Horn.
Gentlemen.
But I can't. For some reason, I'm thinking Henderson, but I don't think that's right. But,
if you just sit down and do like Jim says, you just go ahead and set up your Lyman, case trimmer station and use those pilots. It works fine.
Yeah,
it's not that hard. I mean, and you get a golf ball, on the cutter thing, so it doesn't tear your hands up. I think that's a great setup that he's got. It's fast. I cheat. I use a drill press. And I also use the case dead length deal, from Lee, and I got a little deal that I go ahead and put in a vise, and then I just throw the case in there and trim the case, and that's it, man. It's done.
I don't know how well you guys can see that.
Yeah, we see.
Looks like a wooden ball.
My big old ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Do that, man. That's
Mhm.
that's what I do rather than go out and spend all that money on a fancy case trimmer.
You don't keep your PMC brass? We're talking 223 because I like that
Yeah.
brass. It shoots
Yeah,
good.
it's pretty good brass.
What, the
PMC.
Lake
Yeah, it
City? Yeah.
PMC.
PMC.
I actually have some I have PMC put back also, but it's just
I would say the PMC because when I loaded 223 the first time, PMC was awesome. So I'm just sticking with PMC.
that's I just have so much Lake City and so much Federal. At one time, I had both coffee cans and 5-gallon bucket of Lake City, Federal, Winchester, and just like this is too much. So, and I don't compete. Where I'd say, oh well, I'll just run Winchesters and just let them hit the ground and not worry about them. The club I'm a member of, you can pick up all the brass you want. So, and so I pick it up and I go through there and I sort out the Federals and the Lake Cities and they go in the bucket and eventually they're going to get processed.
We lost AR.
Yeah,
he'd been
Yeah, I'd keep the PMC because I'm very happy with that. So I'll use that for 223. Lake City goes to 300 blackout.
right.
The others just miscellaneous. I just have a miscellaneous bin.
And
Well, having internet trouble. Guys, I'm gonna get out of here. It's great being on here, man. Hanging out with you guys.
Okay,
Hey, good to
great
see you, Uncle
seeing you.
Jim. Good to see you, Rollis.
All right. Take care. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, great being on here. Good to see you all in the side chat. And I'll try to jump on there occasionally. And, hang out with you guys sometimes.
Okay, AR.
I'm gonna try to get Echo and give him some earbuds for his phone, so he don't echo. And we're gonna get him live again. And but anyway, take care, guys. Good being here.
See you later.
See you.
See you in a little bit.
Yeah, Pat, I could grab that in 5 seconds. I know where it is. The world's cheapest trimmer. Yeah, that's what I use for. Pat sent me one. I use it to when I'm forming 300 blackout, and then I'll go on the prep station for that last thou. You can't beat that price, and you could just run them on a drill, because you're taking a lot off. On regular stuff, it doesn't grow that much, so you can just use the prep center.
What I normally do for the stuff I pick up, I pick everything up, and usually all goes in. It all goes in the tumbler. Then I start to sort out, Lake City and whatnot. Then I'll run it through the APP first time through with the small base die, deprime it, and then hit it with the Dillon Swager, trim them, and then they just go in the bucket and then they just get cycled. Now, like for any of my specialty rifles, I might be using Starline, or I'll order brand new Federals. I'll just keep those separate from everything else. But just for my fun stuff, I ran 400 rounds through my AR, my Rock River Arm A4 today. So that was that stuff is what I use most this Federal for. Or this,
Rock River makes a great AR.
I love them.
They make a great. Another outfit, if you can afford it, is go with White Oak Armory. White Oak Armory, man. Actually, I actually when Johnny from Johnny's Reloading Bench, when he was looking around to replace, his upper for his, I told him, I said, look at White Oak Armory.
Yeah.
Look at those guys. And sure enough, he went to them and he bought it and he thanked me later. He said, man, he says, those are really nice uppers. I said, yeah, they are. And for the money, if you're going to spend the money, just spend it there, because, when you go to their website, what do you see? You see a whole bunch of trophies. You see all their credentials. You see everything that it is about their barrels and their building. That's one thing that you got to look for that when you're selecting a gunsmith or an outfit to do your gunsmithing, or you're going to have a rifle built. It's like I know a friend of mine that is, his thing is that he's building a bench rest rifle. He's got a Elijah barrel, the whole 9 yards, and he's going through it step by step. And, he's down to where he's trimming the stocks to where the stock will slide on the bags the same way every time. And, and dial indicators on it and all this other stuff. And see, the thing is, though, when you buy from a reputable company, they've already done all that work. And so, that's what you're paying for, especially in the bench rest world. I mean, like Burno's.
Oh, yeah. Those.
You go to Burno's in Arizona and, Burno's bench rest. I mean, Burno builds those rifles, and you are buying the best from somebody who is the best that's been in that business for the last 45 years. And if there's something wrong with that gun, you send it back to him. He'll fix it free of charge, send it back to you. You explain to him the problem, or you send him the die that you're using, or you tell him whatever bullet you're using or whatever. He's going to find out what's wrong with that rifle, because that's his name on the side of it. And that's something that you're not going to get from these fly-by-night outfits that says, I build precision rifles. Well, no, you screw them together. That's what you do. Yeah. And then you throw it in a drop-in stock. Okay, and then you push the roll pins through on some sort of precision trigger for it, and now you're telling me that that's a precision rifle?
Right.
I mean,
and it may be a 1/2-inch gun or a 3/4-inch gun, and for example, 3/4 inches to 0.9 on my 30-06, that's fine for what I'm doing. Now, if I was going to do bench rest, it's just like, honey, we're spending $10,000 before we put the scope on it. Yeah, and actually the scopes would be cheap because you just get a fixed power 32. But yeah, like you're saying, have you ever read
there's a lot of guys that have jumped in on this whole thing about screwing barrels on receivers and then buying some fancy trigger and then put it in a drop-in stock, and all of a sudden they're precision. And they might shoot okay right off the bat, but the thing is, though, is that they haven't really done the work to the rifle where you're really going to get that gunsmith quality, because these guys aren't gunsmiths. They're just parts assemblers. I mean, that's it. You might set the headspace with a reamer. You might even have a machine that does the crown, but the bottom line is, you're not really a gunsmith. You're just screwing things together like a plumber. You've got the education and talent of a plumber. That's what you got.
Have you read the chronicles about the Houston warehouse? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I've read that article. I read that article, and all those guys came from all over the country, and they would spend the weekend or week there to shoot in the warehouse. And there's a lot to that. There's the community out there that says bench rest shooting is not really shooting, and in ways I agree. Because shooting is about recoil, it's about sight recovery, it's about position. So there's a lot to it, in match shooting. But that's when you get into bench rest, now that's a whole different story. I mean, because it's actually more intense, because you're dealing with group sizes that you measure with calipers.
Right.
There is no other shot outside the group. It's just all one group, all one little thing. And that's what they're trying to do. And you know what? The people that put down the bench rest people, I'll tell you, and say they're not shooters, almost all of the most highly accurate cartridges that are manufactured started their life as bench rest cartridges. As cats, all of them. All of them.
All the
We have a lot to say for the bench
all the
rescue.
things I did to my 30-06 or the 300 drum. 30 years ago, bench rush guys were doing that, developing that mentality and that idea. And like I said, I accept a little bit larger groups because these are more practical, tactical, I guess, for lack of a better word. But that guy running that Houston warehouse, as you probably remember, he could tell which shot out of that clean barrel was shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4, shot 5. Then he'd clean the gun again, and he could predict exactly what which part of the hole was each shot.
Another thing too. I mean, Johnny's channel. I was watching on Johnny's channel where he went ahead and he went and shot full copper bullets versus brass bullets. And the removal of copper fouling. He went and used all those different chemicals, and he had all the same results. It still had copper in it. And then he used JB bore cleaner. One cleaning with JB bore cleaner, and it was gone. And that's one thing that I will say about JB. JB works, and it was developed by a bench rest guy.
Yeah,
and bench rest guys use it. All the bench rest guys use it. All the match guys use it. I mean, you hear these people saying, "I would never put anything abrasive down my barrel." Well, you know what? They lap your barrel. They lap barrels.
Yeah, exactly.
Manufacturers, you idiot. They abrasive stuff anyway, you idiot. Come on. JB bore cleaner is, especially the bore bright. The bore bright is really super fine, and you're even from a match shooter's point of view. Okay, usually at about, in the bench rest world, it's about 1,000 rounds. That's going to be your accuracy, expectancy. It's still going to shoot good afterwards, but your life expectancy of a bench rest barrel is about 1,000 rounds. That's where you're going to see the best accuracy out of it. Now, out of an AR, I mean, like service rifle national match, all those guys. Once you get up to about 2,000 rounds, they change the barrel out.
Yeah.
And you know what? The use of JB bore cleaner is not gonna. It's not gonna wear your barrel out. You'll get poor accuracy by getting past a certain round count faster than your use of JB bore cleaner. People are not thinking it. Using JB bore cleaner is like using JB bore cleaner. The abrasiveness that it has in the barrel is like handing somebody a Q-tip. Say, go over there to the sliding glass door, and I want you to take this Q-tip, and I want you to rub yourself, through the glass, and I'll wait, because that's about what you're doing. That's about the amount of wear that you're putting on a barrel by using JB bore cleaner. It's crazy.
It's not aggressive.
And something
It won't hurt nothing.
No. It actually helps it.
Everyone should have a little jar of it too.
I've become a believer in these last few weeks or months, however.
Yeah, it works. Period.
We have store black coming in there.
Here's one thing you always hear people say: "Oh, such and such a caliber is a barrel burner." 99% of the people who have that rattling out of their pie hole will never shoot their rifle enough times to burn a barrel out, one barrel out, let alone a bunch.
Most people.
Obviously, F-class guys or PRS guys, they go through a barrel a year, or even a barrel every 6 months. But 99% of the time, when I hear somebody say that, most of those people won't put enough rounds down range to ever burn them. The barrel will rust before it burns out.
Hi, guys.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Yes. Oh. How you doing, Kyle?
Oh, doing fine. Getting the shop cleaned up from the flood on Wednesday, Thursday. Again.
Wow, so you've been getting rain or something down there?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah.
So much that we went today and bought new trash cans to replace the ones that we can't find that washed away. And we bought every single, they've got like reusable sandbags. You don't fill them with sand, they react with the water, you know?
So it's that deep.
We bought every single one that Home Depot had. The water was damn near hip deep in the parking lot.
Are you kidding me?
No, I've got pictures and video to show you, Jim.
Oh my gosh.
Hang on, where's my phone?
And here's the thing: for as high up in the hills that he's at, I have a customer there that I've gone to for years, and then I got a couple other customers north of there, so I drive through there all the time. And all the creeks and all the lakes, you know, the little ponds and stuff, they're all up out of the.
I mean, it's. I think part of it is the county's fault because they're not maintaining stuff.
Damn. You getting drainage, or the drains draining, or what?
The drains aren't draining. Everybody's driveway, the water's washing over the top of it instead of going under it through the big old culvert.
You know how bad that is for cars? It will get in your axles. I don't care how much grease you got on your bearings and all that shit. It's
Okay,
bad.
Jim, I'm going to show you a picture. This is standing inside of the store, and this is our walk-through door. Okay, it's the door frame is about 4 inches tall. Oh, I guess I need to turn my camera on, huh? Maybe. Okay. All right. This is standing inside the store, looking out through the door. That's the water level.
Oh my gosh, Kyle. So wait, someone comes in the door and swoosh.
No, nobody came in the door. We had people coming into the parking lot, and they're like, "Nope, I ain't that thirsty."
Did you have a pedal on the rickshaw? Paddle wheel?
No, we used the boat motor, trolling motor.
All right.
But yeah, there's some serious water that came in there, and we almost got it all cleaned up. We're just throwing away a bunch of cardboard. The water was so deep. There's a automotive shop right next to us on the downhill side. The water was so deep, they didn't even come empty our dumpster because they couldn't get to it for all the water. So we're having to find places to put boxes and all kinds of shit. Yeah, it's bad.
West Convenient brings up something. The stuff that gets the actual product, the bottles, if they get soaked, do you just wipe them off, or do you have to dump them, or anything like that?
It depends on how bad it is. If it's what we usually do, I hate to say usually because this has happened before, is if the labels and everything are all screwed up, we'll put it on the discount shelf just to get something for it. Of course, anything that breaks, we're going to throw away. But most of the time, we just clean them up. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. They didn't, you know.
Oh my gosh! Someone mentioned you should lead line your garbage cans.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to use creative bungee cordage and put them on the uprights in the breezeway. We have no clue where they went. Nobody knows where they went.
Man, I didn't realize it was that bad there. You know, it's like New Orleans or something.
Well, and the bad thing is, there's another bad storm front. We're under another flash flood warning, not an advisory, a warning. It's supposed to be coming in. I don't know. We'll probably still be on the chat when it comes in.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here's a tip for everyone. Live on a mountain.
Now,
I do.
He does. Yeah, he does live on a mountain. That whole area.
No, you're meaning to tell. No, you're trying to tell me he lives at 7,000 feet. No.
Okay, he doesn't live at 7,000 feet.
All
But,
right, there you go.
But I'm not in bottomland territory.
Live on a mountain, no floods. Don't worry about it. We've had water just trounce us, and it just goes down to the valley and floods those people.
Rollis, you've probably been right past my house and not even known it.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, for like 4 years, I went up to the LG, well, it's LX now, facility, sometimes 3-4 times a week.
Yeah, I'm right off exit 290. It is not in bottomland territory.
Yeah, that's.
And okay, I'll put it to you like this: if you get off on exit 290, if you're coming north, if you look to the left, that mountain that's right there, I live halfway up it.
Okay. Yeah, because the LX facility is, well, you can take the 306, or you can go up to Union Grove at 310, where the Bucky's is, and either way will take you. You can go. I prefer to go up to the 310 because it's just a better intersection.
Yep.
No. Had a guy who I used to work with. He was in charge of the unloading. He was my supervisor when I was there unloading the tanks. There at the 306, there in the Daresville, where that big intersection for US 41 is.
Yeah.
He got some chick left turned right into him, killed him. On his way to work that morning, and they've improved it. They widened everything up, as I'm certain you're well aware of. But it's just easier to go up to Union Grove and then double back. Yeah.
That's a lot less busy.
And then, well, talking about rain, the LX facility, they were trying to do some construction, and they were building a new Love's truck stop. They're at the same exit. They were held up for 6 months because there was just so much rain coming in there that it was just all mud for like 6 months almost.
Yeah, it was. My neighbor dropped a tree, and that when I was a kid, we had a 3-story tree house in that tree. So I asked the guy if he would cut me a cookie out of that tree so I can make a table out of it, because it means something to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he pulls over in the yard. Next thing I know, there's half a tree. And I told him, don't worry, you can drop the wood chips, because he had a chipper and all that stuff. I said, you can drop the chips there, and I got a buddy with a tractor. I'll just spread them out over here. You ain't got to go to the dump. Well, he drops half a tree in my front yard, and me and my uncle go to work with chainsaws. I ended up with probably 1.5 cords of firewood that was all cut up for my smoker and my fire pit. My uncle took 3 38-foot trailers full of wood to his house. That's how big his damn tree was. We worked our ass off last weekend.
Yeah, I have a couple I need to drop here. A couple more I want to drop before summer and it gets too nasty out there. But just every time I go in my backyard, I'm pulling ticks off me left and right.
It all depends on the aquifer where you're at and whether or not your artesian pressure that's underneath, whether or not the ground is already saturated with water. And that's where a lot of the storm drainage problem comes with flooding. And
I remember where I was going with that. So I had Angel pulled the truck up there in the top yard where we were doing all the work, and I was just filling up the truck with wood, And so I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to empty the truck out and all that, because I wanted to get as close as I could, not wheelbarrow it everywhere. And so I parked the truck in the side yard, and I was out there at 5 o'clock in the morning trying to beat the rain. And as soon as I parked the truck, pulled it out of the yard and parked it in the driveway, the bottom fell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect timing.
All right, Kyle, what does your swimming pool look like right now?
Full.
You think
Yeah.
full?
Well, you asked.
Oh, that's bad. Man, that's crazy. Is it like a monsoon? Like what's happening in the weather? Just rain, or is it some kind of hurricane thing?
No, not hurricane. It's just the storm front came through and dumped a shit ton of rain.
Wow. Just think if it was snow. Oh yeah.
Oh, Jim. Okay.
Snow would have been better. It melts slowly.
Not there.
All right.
Marvin.
Here's what was dropped off in my front yard.
Wait a minute. Ozark was saying your rain catchers. All right, hang on. Oh yeah, I saw that picture and I was wondering why you showed me that. Yes. Okay.
So I sent that picture to my father.
You said that he took 5 32-foot long trailers.
Three 38-foot trailers.
It doesn't look like a lot of wood there in that picture, though.
It's all piled up. There's a lot there.
Oh.
We didn't split all of his. We just loaded up the round hunks. The first one was double stacked, and I got tired of picking the shit up. And the rest of them, we just rolled the rounds up in there, and he was going to deal with them when he got home. But I sent that picture to my dad, and I said, "Got wood?" And his response, and I quote, "Not in about 10 years."
Yeah.
They make nowadays.
I'm going to tell you what. The people that owned this property before I did, I don't know. They had a tradition, I guess, or something. I don't know what the hell it was, but they would take the Christmas tree after Christmas and go out and plant it in the yard. And a couple of these turned into grand firs, and they were over 100 feet tall. Yeah, they were over 100 feet tall. So I had those taken down. And you want to talk about branches and chips? Oh my gosh, man. And funny, the first guy had to come in here to top the trees and take them down. He was looking at it, and I said, okay, so I want all the limbs gone and everything. I don't have to deal with that because I've done that in the past. That's a lot of work, burning and cutting limbs. And he goes, oh, I don't do that. I said, well, then you're not going to get the job then, because I sure as hell ain't going to get there and start chipping up limbs. Yeah. So it's worth every penny. If you have a guy come in and take some trees down, have him chip up the limbs, because man, that is a lot of work. And I will pay to have them do it. They'll just get a couple of Guatemalans out there, and they'll just be shoving them branches in the chipper, and there you go, and then that's it.
Across the street was the other half of the tree. And Dave, I'm not kidding. The trunk section was 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
It was a huge tree. That's a lot of wood in that picture. You had to be here to see it.
The problem with this, with the grand firs, is they're sappy, and they have a lot of pitch in them. So what you do is you have to, split them right away, and then let that wood sit there under cover for at least 3 years before you burn it. Otherwise, you're going to get creosote.
You're going to mess your chimney up. Yeah,
that's right. You're going to get a lot of creosote if you burn those right away. Burn them a little bit green. Oh yeah. So that's the problem with those grand firs. I hate them. Yeah. Let's go plant the Christmas tree.
We do all our burning outside. So I'm
sorry to hear that, Marvin.
The stupid next door neighbor lady, she went and did that with her kids. She took the Christmas tree and she went ahead and she stuck it right next to her driveway. And the next thing you know, I was looking at it one day, and I went over there, and Cindy was out in the yard, and I said, hey. She goes, yeah. I said, you might want to get rid of that. That's going to be a dangerous thing to your house, because it's going to get big. Oh, that's a Christmas tree that we planted a long time ago. Okay. All right. We get a good windstorm. Guess where that thing's going to go? Right on top of your house. It's a Christmas tree then. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry about my retarded dog.
Someone's at the door, Kyle.
No, he's just in the backyard being the goober.
Yeah, Ozark's dealing with some, well, yeah, depends on how you want to look at it under the circumstances, but he's not having a good weekend.
Hey, all condolences to Ozark, to Marvin. You know, I guess he's lost a loved one.
Yeah, right now, Ozark made a big seafood dinner for everyone, and he's got Twine's relatives over right now. That's where he is.
I hate to say this, I really do, because it sounds so horrible. It sounds terrible. Like, Dave, that's awful. That's what you're going to think. But you know, sometimes death solves a lot of problems. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that sounds terrible and it sounds awful for somebody to say, but sometimes that's
hey, when you get older, everyone around you, it's you're just waiting for your time.
Yeah, you know, and
all your friends. Yep.
Well, you know, we used to be kids, and then you know we would see the old folks go, and then the grandparents, and then the aunts and uncles, and then the next thing you know, it's your parents, and then your parents go, and then the next thing you know, you're looking at your brothers and sisters, and you're going, okay, we're next, you know, and it's just all this big, it's a cycle of life. But yeah, like I said, that sounds terrible for me to say that, but man, I'll tell you what, when somebody is sick and they're dying and they're not in good health, and sometimes the delay of death is more painful than them dying. I hate to say that. That's terrible, because once they're released, they're released from this world, they no longer suffer, and it's really hard to see people suffer.
Okay, good night, Brutal Bob. Take care, Brutal Bob. Glad to see you.
Have a good night.
Good to see you, Bob.
And we have Eastwind Farms is here. Hey, Eastwind.
Yeah. Cranky, we asked earlier how you were doing, but you never answered us. So what's up? Are you okay? I mean, you were in the hospital for a while, and I guess you went home, and I mean, you doing okay now?
Cranky, wait, I got to address Cranky. Cranky, as a matter of fact, I got to get your molds back to you, and the fixed knives and the knives to you soon, okay? And we're getting right on there. I know it's been a delay, but as a matter of fact, Cranky, yeah.
It's either that or you're going to have to get your son to go ahead and put notes on all those molds and stuff. Send back to Cranky. I
thought about that. I thought about that. The other night I was having a big heart thing going on, and I'm like, son of a bitch, I should mark those molds so he can send them back.
Dave, you're just being evil tonight.
Oh man, it's well, we're in a.
I got two things going right now. I got two things going on, and one, I got to hold my arm down when I cough, and the other one is something's going on with the old palpitator. So yeah, I literally thought about that a couple days ago. I better mark these molds, send back to Cranky. If break glass. Yeah.
Something, Thor just said, and I may have said this before, but someday they're probably going to tell me, yeah, you're stage 3. And when I get that, I'm going to take a rifle and head out to the desert with a 5-gallon bucket of cocaine and a few gallons of acid, and just literally stare at the star at night, tripping my balls off and shooting at rocks and doing bumps of coke off of Susan's ass during the day till nature just takes me.
Hopefully I'm just laying on the couch and I know what's going on, and I just look up at the ceiling and I say, God, just take me home. I'm ready to go.
How did we get so morbid so quickly?
I'm not being morbid.
Yeah, they said I was evil, and you know what? We're surrounded with evil right now. So we're discovering all this evil within our government. We're discovering all this stuff. So we're gonna, yeah. I was just thinking too. They okayed torture, okay, to extract information from terrorists. Okay, they okayed that with our government. Well, what about these politicians? Do you think that we can just go ahead and use torture to extract the information that we need? I mean, do you think that would be okay? I mean, I'm sure there's an agency out there that would love to do it. They would probably look and go, we really don't want you to talk. Now, you see that pipe there and the electrode?
Yeah, I would have a clue, and it wouldn't take too much imagination to start with a torch, a pair of pliers, and go from there. Yeah.
And they'd probably look at like Hunter, and they'd look at him and say, "We don't want you to talk at all." Yeah, we don't want.
I just want to know where I can sign up.
Yeah,
I can extract some information now.
That's terrible of me, but if these people clam up and they're not going to say anything, well, what's wrong with using torture on them? I mean, they're withholding information that's vital to the security of the United States. Come on.
Well, just for the fun of YouTube videos, I would like to see tar and feathering again. Imagine the humiliation. It would be hilarious. Like Schumer tarred and feathered. It would be hilarious on YouTube. Everyone's got camera views. Oh,
it would not just get my approval. I would demand it if Trump would come out and say, "We have a credit card now for Home Depot, and the only thing we're buying is tar and feathers with it."
And rope.
Hey, yeah, I don't care how much it costs. Put it on my cat.
And then wait, all the environmentalists are like, "You're using tar?"
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine all the politicians? Can you imagine all the politicians, tied up to poles out in front of the White House, all tarred and feathered, and they're all just, hanging there. And we just put a sign out there saying, "Hey, this is what we do to corrupt politicians. We're not going to put up with it anymore."
So how many views do you think we could get on our YouTube channels when we set them on fire?
No, just so and so. I tar and feathered so and so.
See, here's the problem. We won't get any views because the press, NBC, CBS, ABC, they'll be there with their cameras and they'll just be watching their number, the Nelson numbers go up.
Yeah, but you could put it on X, and then he would put a fact check down below. Musk would have a little fact check thing. Oh, hilarious.
It's locally sourced, homemade, all natural tar.
These reporters will set their own mothers on fire if they think they can get an extra 0.1 in the ratings.
Yeah, I want to be serious about this too. I don't care if they're guilty or they're guilty. It could be my grandmother if she's guilty. If she's guilty of transgressions within our government, these evil, secret. This is a cabal of people. Okay, they have a special interest. They do this all secretly, and it could be my grandmother. And if she was tarred and feathered, well, you know what? There you go. My grandmother was a piece of crap, and she deserved it.
Well, I haven't been paying that much attention to what's going on. But what will happen is they'll find one or two people and they'll just make them the scapegoat. And everybody will just dump on him and they'll, we didn't know he was doing this. He told us, blah, blah, typical. Yeah. If you've ever worked at a plant or anywhere and you left, and you might have left on the best circumstances. Everybody, they threw you a party, they shook your hand, everybody patted you on the back, said, "Hey, that was great. Great working with you." For the next 3 to 6 months, everything that screws up at that plant, that was Carvelis. He didn't do this, or that was Carvelis. That's his fault. A plant 100 miles away will catch on fire. That's Carvelis's fault. Yeah. And it's the same thing with when these politicians, they'll circle the wagon, and all of a sudden they'll find one or two people to blame, and they'll say, "Hey, you're going to go to jail for a couple of years. You just keep your mouth shut and you just count your dollar bills when you get back out."
Well, I'm not going to go through what I already went through earlier. The problem is that we're going to get layers and layers of committees and court appearances, and it's just going to keep going on and on and on because we're expecting the government to do something about it. And this cabal of people have control within our government, and they're going to manipulate all of that to go their way. And that only goes on for so long. Look what they did in Rome. I mean, back in the Roman days. I mean, it finally got so bad that Rome fell. I mean, what they did? If you're a politician and you were dirty, female politicians at that time put them in whorehouses to pay off their debts. Yeah, to society. Yeah, they put them in whorehouses. So it isn't like brutal treatment hasn't been done before. All of this stuff has been done before, and if we're expecting the government to fix it, it's never going to get fixed because there's just too many. It's a sieve; it won't hold water. You see what I'm saying?
This is why tar and feathering was so awesome, and it really happened, and it was painful and humiliating at the same time.
And the people did it. The people did it, not the government. The people did it. They would go out there and they would do it. And that's just the way it is. That's the way it always is. The people have to do it. It's not going to be the government. And, I'm not inciting any type of, rioting or unrest.
Neither am I. But I thought it was very effective.
But it gets to that point. It does. It gets to that point where the people,
Yeah, nobody wants to be tarred and feathered. So once that happens, they're like, "Ooh, I better watch out what I'm doing here."
You see these politicians running down the street with a group of people, a mob of people chasing them, and all of a sudden a net gets thrown over them, and the next thing you know, they're tarred and feathered, and they're tied to a post, out there in front of the White House, all tarred and feathered, with a big sign around their neck. I screwed you guys, and this is my payment for it. This is what we do to corrupt politicians. Yeah.
John brought something up, talking about Ilhan Omar is slated to get deported.
Yeah, well,
I'll believe it when I see it, but I agree.
Yeah, they'll call that just like they did to Trump with the legal. What do you call it? Political justice, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't know, but I can't stand the bitch.
And I want to answer Cranky here. Trump is only one man, and he's working within the government. Okay, he's working within government agencies to try to achieve some sort of justice, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why he can't hold people accountable. He wants to hold people accountable. He wants these people to be brought in. The thing is, though, that the system that does it is corrupt. That's the problem. That in itself, like I said about the Hillary and Schumer, they look out there among the crowds of politicians, and they say, "Oh, well, I can buy and sell that guy, and I bought and sold that guy, and I own that guy over there, and because he owns that guy over there, and I can manipulate him to make the other guy do whatever I want." And that's just the way they look at it. They do this for control. Actually, they do it more for control than power, rather than the money, the wealth.
Yeah, they're talking about EOC. They did hold a webinar teaching illegal immigrants how to avoid ICE. These are the steps that you need to take.
We're taking baby steps right now that have never been done. So here we go.
No, it's been done before.
Hopefully,
No,
we
no.
got.
When Trump was in the last time, he couldn't get it off the launch pad. And not only that, even when Obama was in, all his stuff was being looked into, and that didn't get off the ground. So I'm just saying, man, when you're looking for the government to, have some sort of justice with these people, don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath.
You guys, why are you guys on here? You're hilarious. All right. He probably has a hairy back, yeah. But yeah, take that rag off her head and gag her with it.
Now, this Omar, who's she, anyways?
She's the one that got into this country by marrying her brother to get citizenship.
Minnesota.
Okay.
The Minnesota House of Representatives. She's a representative in D.C. from Minnesota.
Okay. I know who we're talking about now for sure. So
I was about to say, don't waste your time and effort to look her up.
Oh, yeah. She put all the people coming up, Kennedy and all those, through the ringer with her stupid little voice, which he has nothing to talk about. Yeah. Everyone they're trying to get approved for Trump here, she's in on it too. The little.
Well.
Anyway, Minnesota can go to hell. Screw Minnesota. Half of Michigan. Screw you. Yeah, they're full of a bunch of ragheads too. Oh, are we going to get popped for this? I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe.
Hey, by the way, I have an apology to anybody out there that is part of the gay community. I used some language last time about Rock Hudson and Liberace, and I used some language there that was inappropriate, and I want to apologize. Hey.
No, it's free speech. This is common sense now, and it's free speech. Right now, the vice president went over there and talked to Germany and all the other countries. Hey, you need free speech.
Jim, I could have called them gay and lesbians, okay? I didn't do that. I used the old slang adage that we used as kids, and that wasn't, that wasn't appropriate, Yeah, that kind of makes me the one that has the problem if I have to use language like that. So,
Yeah, Ozark brings up a good point. They're actually a squad. The Ozark squad. Instead of the squad, if you get it. All right.
I get it.
Some people got that. The Ozark
you know what?
squad.
It's funny, because Rock Hudson, I remember, I must have been about 8 years old, and I remember my mom, Rock Hudson, was on TV, and I remember my mom, I was like 8 years old. My mom goes, "Did you know that he's gay?" I was like, "No." My mom even knew it. My mom told me. So,
Yeah, okay. He didn't push it in your face. I liked Rock Hudson. I didn't have a problem with him. I loved him when in Giant with James Dean. That's an awesome.
He was a good actor. Come on, the guy was good. He was a good actor.
All right, you guys, if you haven't seen the movie Giant with James Dean and him in it, I had no problem with him. He didn't shove it in your face.
Right.
Now everyone's shoving it in your face. I don't give a crap what you do. Don't shove it in your face.
Don't make me pick it out of my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I had no problem with Rock Hudson whatsoever.
Yeah, Jack got a good point. So
Who was
what?
the guy that did all the westerns? Who was that guy that did all the westerns that was his live-in guy? There was another actor that was, everybody thought was masculine. Just, he was a big cowboy guy and everything like that. Starting all the movies.
Western.
And he was Rock Hudson's buddy. Yeah, they lived together.
Who was that?
No, but they didn't shove it in your face like everyone's doing now on TikTok and everything else.
Well, back in those days, it was unpopular, and a lot of people felt it was unacceptable. So they didn't make a big deal about it. They didn't shove it in your face. Yeah. nowadays it's the whole point.
I'm vegan is here.
There's people out there that do it as a fad just so they can turn around and be difficult in society, you know. Anyway, I don't know. Yes.
I'm vegan is here.
So I wonder if they can use torture to extract information from terrorists. And, what's wrong with using torture to extract information from these politicians, these people that hands down, I mean, all this evidence is against them. I mean,
Okay, we got I'm vegan here. Yes, I eat my grains, but I like meat. All right, I'm going to have meat tonight.
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Anyway, well, I had no problem with Rock Hudson. Don't put it in our teeth and we're fine. But now everyone's putting in, they're making it look like half of the population is trans. And that is a bunch of bullshit. Because half of the population isn't trans or whatever.
Yeah, the federal government gave money
all
to
this
the schools.
trans stuff.
The federal government gave money to the schools so they could buy those rainbow flags and put them in our schools for our kids to look at.
And guess what? They're taken out now.
I know. If that isn't shoving it in your teeth, what is?
All this trans stuff is fine, but it's not my responsibility. It's not my job to justify your mental deformalities.
Don't teach it for your young kids in school with school books that have all that garbage in it, okay? And now that's all getting taken out. And now they're going to go through all the school districts and, we got Dodge, okay? Dodge, whatever. Duck Dodge, what's the movie? Duck Dodge, Duck, whatever. Dodgeball.
Hey, we'll see you later, Marvin. We'll see you later, Marvin. You have a good day, all right?
That's why I like these chats, because we go there. Oh, yeah, we go there.
And, as it should be. I mean, as it should be, that's just the way it is. We're all people. We all have our own thoughts about things, and there you go,
All right. Good night, Ozark. Have a good one.
Good night, Marvin.
Good night, Ozark.
Take care, buddy.
How about some free primers?
That's a good one, Pat.
Hey, Pat, what I was saying earlier about the torture thing, I was thinking about the Dead Kennedys with the song that's called "Bleed for Me." Yeah, that's what I would play if I was the torturer, trying to get the information. I said, "We got a little song for you to listen." Yeah.
Good night, Marvin. Have fun with the family tonight. And I bet you put on a great meal. Oh yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Marvin has to do is stick his finger in something to make it good. He's just like my wife. Everything she touches is amazing.
I'll tell you what, that pork blade steak, I deboned it and I beat that shit flat and I rolled it up with some applesauce and some apple in it and a little bit of nutmeg and I baked them. Man, they turned out good. That was delicious, man. That was
That
awesome.
sounds good.
It is. It's great, man. I mean, they're just oozing like this candy, applesauce with stuff in it, and then the meat is all done, and all the flavoring from the meat is in there and everything. It was delicious, man. It was awesome. Yeah, baked them in my air fryer. Put it on bake and put it in the air fryer for 45 minutes. It turned out perfect. Oh yeah, and I also added a little bit of brown sugar. So, yeah, it was decent eating. I'll tell you what, you can sure tell when the party's over at the hog farms. When pork comes on sale. Yeah. When they slaughter time, they usually pork. The price on pork comes down quite a bit because they move it, and that's one thing about pigs. man, you can only feed them to a certain point until it's not worth feeding them anymore. You got to slaughter them, because the more you feed them, the more expensive they're going to be, and you're not going to get that at the market. So yeah, you're wasting your money. So yeah, they are. I mean, the clock is ticking for them guys, man. And one day the farmer walks in and the party's over. That's it. Yeah, that's it. All the free and everything, that's all out the window.
There used to be a gun board called Glock Posts.
Uh-huh.
And one gentleman posted up a video where he's at the farm and he bought a pig. Well, the farmer asked him, he wanted to shoot him. So he walks up with his, and he took a video of it and he posted it. Walks up and the pig's looking at him like, "Are you going to be my friend?" And then I see just
boom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, I'm going to tell you what, we raised pigs when I was a kid, and that was a lot of work. It was a lot of work, and the thing that really got my dad and actually me, I seen his point and everything. After all that work and everything, you go to the butcher shop and they just get your meat back in a little box. There you go. There's not much gain, and like I said, you got to know when to slaughter them. And like you were saying, when I was a kid, one of the pigs, he was kind of friendly to me and stuff, and I named him. And he was running around, in the pen when we were dispatching, and he ran into the little hog house that we had. And he wouldn't come out. And so I remember the guy that was helping us with it. He had a Smith & Wesson, I think it was a Model 18, and he said, "Dave, he knows you, so why don't you go in there and see if you can get him to come over there." And they handed me the gun, and I ended up having to do it. And I was like 8 or 9, 10 years old at the time. And he ran over to me right off the bat and put his neck on me, on my leg, and started rubbing against my leg, and pow, and that was it, man. I'm done. Yeah.
I love you, Charlotte.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that was but it taught me a lot, growing up on a farm, that's food. Okay.
Every child should have to help butcher something.
Yeah. Rabbits, chickens, pigs.
At some point in their life. Yeah.
We did them.
There should be a field trip to the butcher shop or to the slaughterhouse. And yeah, and they just need to get up over that little traumatizing thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Model 18 is a 4-inch 22 revolver.
Yeah. I shot him right in the head with that thing.
A-frame.
When put the muzzle right between the eyes. Pow! Right there, did him.
That must have been sad. I don't know. That would have been sad.
Yeah, I struggled with that for a while as a kid. That was one of those memories I had to learn to accept as an adult. Back when I was a kid. I didn't feel really good about that. But my dad, he took me out to the side. He says, "David, you did something today that you had to do. It's something that we couldn't do, and that's going to put meat on the table. So that's what life's all about. You gotta do what you gotta do. And these animals, we raised them so we could eat them.
Yeah, my mom has a bad memory as a kid on her pet chicken. She saw that one walking around with his head cut off, and then my wife, her pet cow, they were having it for dinner, and she was traumatized. So yeah.
Wait a minute! I thought all meat came from the grocery store.
Yeah, that's what kids think.
My grandmother and my mom, they both grew up in town, and yet this was back in grandma would be, I think she was born in 1901, 1902, something like that. So they grew up in town. They still had chickens. They had geese, and Sunday dinner was one of the chickens got its head cut off. If it wasn't making eggs and stuff.
Yep. the one that's not laying eggs is going to end up in the pot.
Yeah, I mean, it just so it 100 years ago, city people still had to deal with that stuff also. Yeah,
I wonder if vegan is still here or did vegan leave?
well, vegan's a meat eater too. Remember, he's been on the show. I mean,
I know. I'm just giving
he
you.
just loves trolling. He loves trolling people, and I can appreciate that.
It's always entertaining.
You know.
No, vegan's not a troll. He's just vegan, I guess.
I didn't say he was a troll, but he does like trolling. There's, yeah.
So I've got a funny story for y'all. I'm at work today, and one of our regular customers comes in, and me and her are cutting up, and we start singing a song. And we're just playing off of each other, right? She'll sing a line, I'll sing a line, all that stuff. And somebody that I've never seen before in my life says, "Why don't y'all shut up?" And I looked at him, I said, "You see that corner over there? That's where you can go fuck off." and my coworker just, his mouth just dropped open. I'm like, "Fucking, what's he gonna do?"
Yeah.
I said, "We're having a good time and he's ruining it."
And was this a customer or somebody you worked with? The girl you're singing with?
Customer.
Okay. She, and then once a week, maybe twice a week, picks up a drink or beer or cigarettes and lottery tickets.
We were I forget what song we were singing, but that dude that nobody has ever seen before in their life turned around and just stuck his nose right where it didn't belong.
Yeah.
I just let him have it. And my coworker Andy, his jaw just dropped. I'm like, "What's he gonna do?"
It'd be cheaper just to buy a chicken and raise your own eggs. Or
Chicks were 99 cents at the hardware store. So, yeah.
Yep.
I'd love to do it, but then I got to make a pen. And, oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my coworkers has 2 laying hens, and he keeps us pretty much stocked up with eggs.
Yeah, our neighbors have eggs.
I'll throw them an extra $10 every now and then for some chicken feed.
We just give our neighbor egg containers, and that's good.
Yeah.
That's well, Susan doesn't want to raise chickens anymore. She raised them when she was a teenager. Plus, we get to the point where you have so many eggs that we eat eggs, but we don't eat tons of eggs, and I'm gone half the time anyways.
Right.
So, and just get to the point where you just have so many eggs, you're just literally throwing them out to the crows to eat.
And that's where Cliff is with his. So he just gives them to us. So
yeah, everyone that has chickens has eggs through their teeth. They're sick of eggs, too many eggs. Here, type deal.
Yep.
So if I did it, I'd only have so many chickens, so it didn't get that way. You can only eat them like 3 times a day.
Yeah, and eventually your friends will stop coming over because you're making them take some place.
Yeah, all you need is 2. That's what Cliff's got, and he's got eggs running out of his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Eggs are lovely, though. I love eggs.
Oh, I mean, I probably fry eggs up 2-3 times a week. Some bacon and sausage, whatever, and I'll put some back for Susan when she gets home from work, or she'll say I don't want any or whatever. But a couple times a day, after a while, you're just not going to eat them.
Yeah, we don't go through a lot of eggs. Cliff gives me just enough. It's like a dozen every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
When we start making pound cakes or something like that, we'll go through some extra eggs. But we'll take like 4 of them and scramble them up and mix them with some leftovers and make like breakfast burritos and stuff.
Right. Exactly.
and we don't go through that many.
Wow, God, how do you get sick of avocado? Oh, it's so good for you too.
I can't stand avocados.
Oh, there's guacamole. Are you kidding me? Wow.
No, I'm not kidding you.
Uh,
I can't stand them. I don't know why. I don't care for it.
they're really
I
good.
was probably in my 50s first time I ate guacamole, and it's okay. Yeah, but if I had to grow up eating it, I'd probably hate it right now too.
My mother loves it,
No,
but I can't stand it. I don't like guacamole. I don't like avocados on my salads or in a casserole or anything like that. I know they're good for you, but I've got vitamins for that.
Mm-hmm.
No,
If I don't like it, I'm not going to eat it.
guacamole is a good fat. It's really good for you. Same with the oil. So
Now I do use avocado oil a lot. I don't have a problem with that. It's just I can't eat sliced avocados on sandwiches or anything like. I don't like it. I don't care for it. So I'm not going to eat it. And yeah, Jag, I grew up with fig trees too. Yeah, you get tired of them.
Yeah, anything you have an abundance of, you get bored and tired with it, and you just can't. Used to eat bananas when I was a kid.
When I had my house in Calhoun, we had pecan trees in the front yard, and I got real tired of pecans.
Mm-hmm.
really, pecan pie? Oh, baby.
I mean, they make a great pecan pie, but eventually you get tired of eating them, Jim.
Yeah.
Well, I guess too much of anything.
I got a buddy lives in Florida, and he can't stand grapefruit anymore.
Wow.
He doesn't like oranges or grapefruits, and I'm like, how can you not like oranges and grapefruits? He says because they're everywhere.
I wish I had one orange tree. My brother-in-law has one, so yeah, we get oranges from him about once a year, a couple times a year maybe. But yeah, I mean, if I had 2 or 3 orange trees and I had to go out there and pick them up all the time and all that,
yeah. He says he's sick and tired of it. He wants to cut them down, but he's not going to. But
but yeah, you don't want to cut them down because that's a sort. In case something happens, well, yeah, you're stuck with oranges for the next 30 days. But guess what?
You got something.
Yeah.
Well, it gets too much anything. Yeah. It's good to have a variety of all those things. So right now, I want to get some avocados right now. Mm-hmm.
You can have all you want.
Go down to the farmer's market. Somebody will have some. I'm certain.
Matter of fact, I now have to go to work tomorrow, even though I'm off, because I bought a shit ton of veggies and left them in the beer cooler. All kinds of peppers and cauliflower and broccoli and long onions and cucumbers and corn and just all kinds of shit. I got like 4 bags of shit in there, and I just walked out the door and forgot all about them. But I got to go in there anyway and take my fans in there to help dry out the carpet and all that. Hopefully this storm front that's about to be here, matter of fact, it should be here in about an hour. Hopefully it doesn't flood it again. That's why we got the sandbags.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy deep. Crazy.
It was a foot up the walk-in door. It was crazy. I mean, they were. I was off when it happened. They called me in to come help with the cleanup and everything on my day off. But they were they told me that they had opened the back door and were just squeegeeing water out in the parking lot. Of course, the parking lot was a lake to begin with, but at least the door was, there's like 3 steps. 3 steps down till you get to the parking lot out of the back door, and they were just squeegeeing the shit right out the back door. I was like, good God. Ended up, it actually helped me out as far as with pool season about to come in and all that. They were going to throw a bunch of stuff away, and I ended up bringing a whole truckload of free beer and liquor and stuff like that they were just going to throw away. So I brought a truckload home. It's now in the living room. Of course, I got cussed out by my wife. But I said, I'll deal with it tomorrow. I had to get it out of the truck because we got rain coming in. I had to put it somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
And,
sad, Kyle. That's so sad. You get a
Well,
bunch
you should see the amount of alcohol that we threw in the dumpster.
Oh my gosh.
It was terrible.
That just sounds bad. Bad.
I'm delivering up in Anniston, Alabama on Monday morning. Then when I get back, I'll get my pump and hoses cleaned. And then I'll leave Tuesday, and I'm going to go up to the LX facility there in Adairsville and deliver. So I'm hoping things are settled down by the time I get up there, because that's an easy trip now that we use all their equipment. And so
I'm off on Tuesday. Let's get together and we'll have lunch or something.
well, it'd be nice. The biggest problem is I'll get up there Tuesday night it'll be Wednesday morning about 1 or 2 in the morning. I'll sleep during my break, and then I'll do the unload during my break. And then as soon as I'm done, it's literally get my ass through Atlanta before rush hour, because I'll have to get back and get in line for the next trip, and I don't know where she has me planned to go yet.
All right, so Tuesday lunch is a no-go.
Yeah, that won't work, because by lunch I'm hoping to be in south of Atlanta.
Yeah, you need to be.
Yeah, it's actually I got lucky Thursday. It only took me about 2.5 hours to go from basically Adairsville to get down to south of Atlanta, about the 200-mile marker where all the TA and the Flying J and all that's at.
Right, yeah. That's
And,
where our Peterbilt store is down there.
exactly, yeah. Like we were talking about last week. It just yeah, like you said, I get there and I don't waste any time, because it's one
Now,
flat
see,
tire. And
a lot of people, you and me understand it, but
Mhm.
a lot of people in the side chat, and I know Uncle Jim doesn't understand it. Atlanta traffic is a cluster.
but probably West Covina is about the only person here who would truly understand it.
Right. And I've been through headed from Vegas to Long Beach on a Saturday morning,
Yeah.
like 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. And it took me 4.5 hours to go 3 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, that was ridiculous.
I'm going to go ahead and jump off. So I'm going to hang around the side chat. So I'll see you guys later. All right.
Okay, talk to you in a little bit.
Dave.
All right,
peace
good night,
out.
Bart. Good
Yep.
night, Dave.
See you, buddy.
Yep.
We'll probably end soon anyway. I'm hungry. Anyway, continuing.
Yeah, Jim, you have no idea of the traffic in Atlanta. And all you have to do is just add water. And all of a sudden, everybody's brain explodes.
Seattle. I remember Seattle traffic, and it was bad during rush hour. And Salt Lake isn't that great during rush hour either. I'd stay away from there.
Well, Atlanta's bad every hour.
Cranky, I used to go to JFK and I used to go to Newark all the time. And I'm not saying Atlanta's worse, but it's right up there. It's they're all even. At least at 3 o'clock in the morning, you can go. You can get across the Verrazano and get to JFK in like 20 minutes. Atlanta, maybe. The about the same distance from where you get on 285 and swing down to the airport. It's about the same distance as when you get across the Verrazanos and head to JFK. 3 o'clock in the morning, you might get lucky. Or somebody just crash. You got a couple G bangers out there, and they decide to crash their Challengers, and locks up the whole town for the next 3 days.
I'll put it to you like this, everybody. It's easier for me to go an extra 60 miles out of my way to go down to South Georgia just to avoid Atlanta. I'll get there quicker.
Mm-hmm. What route do you take to do that?
Go out 113 to Rockmart, get on 101, take that through Cedartown, and then hop on 27 and go down to LaGrange.
Okay. Because I'd love to find some way to just avoid it.
It's a little bit out of the way, but you can get there a whole lot quicker. Because all it takes is one idiot,
mm-hmm.
and you're stuck on the interstate and you can't go anywhere.
Yeah. And the friggin' truck drivers are the worst ones there. It's
What's funny is where 75 and 85 split, you get people that aren't familiar with the city and can't read the writing that's on the lanes that tells you what interstate you're about to get on because they just split. And then you got people trying to cut over 5 lanes because, I need to be on 75 or I need to be on 85. And they hit each other and you son of a bitch.
Yeah, so it's fine. Let's talk about
that section. That section of the interstate. Hell, it's 8 lanes wide each direction downtown. I mean, it's very wide. What do you got there?
I have a new camera. Taxes came in. We paid a bunch of bills, and so soon we got some money, and I got some money, and I went ahead and bought a new camera. It's supposed to have like 85 zoom, 85 power zoom, real zoom, not. And I'm gonna start trying to catch bullet trace and at least longish range. Target. Especially on the steel, and I just improved the videos instead of just seeing my big dumb head go, shooting 20 or 30 rounds. See if so now all I have to do is learn how to read so I can learn how to use the camera.
Yeah, that's always fun. The manual. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I mean it has an auto mode, and like I said, most of my shooting is done at 1 and 200 yards. So especially if I can just catch a lot of that, and Mark and Sam, Sam, she uses one that has, and I looked at it, but they've stopped making it, and it's about twice the price of this one, but it goes up to like 110 power zoom.
Damn.
And but they're and she's catching, she's doing video at 3,000 yards. So on my sub 1,000, sub 300 stuff.
Isn't their channel name Mark and Sam After Work?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. I'm familiar.
You dig through their stuff, you'll find where they talk about what cameras and stuff they use. So I figured because the other DSL I have right now, the lens to do the same thing would the lens to do the same thing would be like almost 3 times the cost of the camera. So
Yeah.
This camera. So I went ahead and gonna give
It's cool when you can capture the bullet trail.
Mm-hmm.
A Marine Corps buddy of mine, we were down in South Georgia shooting, and I think right around 500 yards, and it had just started to rain. It's humid as hell down there, you know.
Right.
And he's shooting my 308, and he goes, "Oh, that's cool as hell." I'm like, "What?" He said, "You can see the bullet going down range." I'm like, "First day?"
Well, like a 45, if you got, like, say, if you're shooting at 25 or maybe 50 yards, you got the sunlight right, and you got your camera set up right, you can sometimes see a really, not just a glance, but you can watch the bullet itself.
Especially if you're shooting subsonic.
Yeah. Well, 45 ACP. I mean, it's yeah.
Well, I mean, you can load 45 supersonic, but I prefer keeping them low and slow and fat,
Exactly.
and running them through my Osprey suppressor, and you can just sit there and watch the bullet.
And, but yeah, so matter of fact, a good example of seeing good trace. You go to West Desert Shooters' latest video. He was just shooting at, I think, 450, and had really good examples of bullet trace.
I saw the video, but I hadn't watched it yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He's shooting a 223, a new 223 he just had built, and at one point, when he's doing load testing, and it was just gorgeous watching that trace go in there and just staying that still like he was.
Yeah, it's fun.
He's just a little north of me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, brr.
How bad is it out there tonight?
Well, it's not too bad because it's like 38 in the garage at night. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty cold here too. It's 65.
Now I'm gonna get up early and plow in the morning when it's powder, and it'll just foof over the side.
We've got another cold spell coming in after this storm front. We're going to get down into the low 20s, maybe high teens.
Right.
But what's weird is in Georgia, it'll be 68 degrees in the afternoon and 18 degrees at night.
Yeah.
It's like you live in the desert,
And Pat still has his Christmas sweater on.
Well, you got their ribs.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Susie and I had ribs for dinner tonight, and I cooked them up in the one pot. Pressure cooked them, and I went out to fire up the grill to finish them up, and the grills just wore out. I had plenty of propane, but it just wasn't creating enough heat. So we just ate them plain out, just out of the one pot. And they still were good and everything, but not as good as if you had thrown them on the grill for about 10 minutes.
You talking like an Instapot?
Yeah.
What was your side dish, Pat? Taters?
Taters, roasted baby taters with onion soup mix on them.
Oh, hell.
Gosh darn it, Pat. I was ready to kill this so I could go eat some meat. And now you're on here, so I'm going to have to refill. Let's go.
The first thing that we cooked in our Instapot was a rack of ribs, just kind of rolled it around the side,
Exactly.
And once it got fired up, in, I think, 9 minutes, they were done.
Yeah, I did mine for like 15.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how quick. I'm like, shit. I'd have went through half a damn tree on a smoker.
Yeah, exactly. Then you just take them out, throw them on the grill for 10 minutes. But Jim, go make yourself a plate so I can watch you drop it all over your keyboard again.
Yeah. I'm going to go get some hydraulic fluid, and I just blew my knee out. Sitting down in this chair, I blew my left knee again. All right. I'll be back. Hang on.
And Hobbies, and he lives up. Hell, he's got to have a warmer night than you are, Kyle, and he lives.
Yeah, he lives in Canada.
Yeah, way up there. Of course, he has the Pacific, whatever the system is. I don't know if they got a specific name for it, but
that doodad.
Yeah, exactly. That's the scientific name. Then I'd like Susie and I to go up there and check the island out someday. We used to watch that. Was it Lone Survivor or whatever the?
You're talking about Alaska.
No, not the Alaska one. They would. It was like the Last Survivor or no Alone on. I think that was History Channel. But we used to watch that all the time, and they up on his island. That's where they would do the show. I assume it's on the other side of the island because Hobbies has walked around town showing where he lives at, and it looks like he lives in a nice little town there. Yep. Yeah, I've only been to, hey Scotsman, I've only been to Quebec, Ontario. I used to go to Ontario sometimes 3 or 4 times a week, and then Manitoba. Yeah, Winnipeg's in Manitoba. I've only been in the 3 eastern. I haven't been to Nova Scotia. I haven't been to any of the western provinces. So, and I haven't been to Alaska yet.
Scotsman. I got a big rack of ribs here, but I forgot my nicotine and alcohol. But I'm going to wait for Jim to come back.
Apparently, he's getting something out of the microwave.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
Scotsman, how you doing, brother? And we got chessboard showing back up after a nap.
Yep. And then.
It's supposed to get in the 40s here tonight, and I don't think I could deal with Canada or any place else. No, it's cold, and I don't think I could deal with like sub-zero.
There was a 1 year it had just been cold and nasty in Ohio, Pennsylvania. I mean, just the entire east was just nasty cold. Went up to Hamilton, Ontario, and I figured the truck would practically be freezing up, and it's like stepped out as like t-shirt weather practically. I asked the guy who's in charge of unloading my truck, why is it so warm up here right now? And when I say so warm, we're talking instead of it being like 3 degrees, it was like probably 25, 30 degrees. There's something about the way Hamilton sits on the on Lake Erie, just its position. It's always a lot warmer there than it is even in Erie or up in Toronto.
Let's see. We have Scotsman here. Now we got Scotsman and Pat. I was ready to go eat, go to bed, and now we're just going to have to continue with the hydraulic fluid, and I'll be plowing in the morning, hungover. What else is new?
Never fear, the shit star's here.
What else is new? And Pat, I had a plowing video I did yesterday. Scrapped it. Didn't do it. Didn't upload it. Yeah, there you go, Pat. And now I got another one tomorrow. Son of a bitch.
Hey, Vanessa.
Hey, Vanessa's back. All right, good to see you, Scotsman and Pat. Pat, you were funny in the side chat. I didn't think you'd come on. Were you doing all that while you were cooking your ribs?
No.
We got Oddball Stuff is here. Stuff. Good to see you, Oddball. What are you doing up this late? What time is it?
Yeah, he just put out a new video.
His last one was the powder coat burning him down, right? Is there something newer than that?
Don't know. Haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen your garage pop either. That's for tonight.
Oh, the garage pop, that was a cluster. Don't worry, that was just improvised. Don't. Yeah. Well, no, you will like it because that's the little VZ. Yeah, you like that one.
Uncle Jim, aren't all of your videos a cluster?
They're all clusters.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. The cluster where you just do the one shot, one take type stuff, like that the muzzle brake I put on, literally. From the time I started it to the time I finished it and had it uploaded, did the filming, did the editing and everything, 3 hours. I've been trying to put together a 22 arc shooting video for the last 3 months. And it's just, seems like the best ones are those ones where you just get in there, you just go and they come out the best. And
yeah, I don't. If I had to do a 3-hour edit, I would just kill myself. I'd be hanging right now. Well, it's boom bang pow. Oddball Stuff. Wait a minute, Oddball Stuff. If you want to come on, there's a link. And okay, I've been putting him off coming over to the house. Why don't we think about Easter egg hunt? Because as soon as the snow melts, we could do the Easter egg. I don't know. It's up to you. Anyway, I've been putting Oddball Stuff. The only reason is my reloading room and the basement and some of the house is a mess. And that's the only reason I've been putting you off, Oddball. We got lots to do. I got to collect certain things for you. All right. Anyway, how you doing?
Doing all right, man. Hanging in there. The weather's not great, but that's to be expected. Supposed to get down to 4 degrees Monday.
Ooh, yeah. Kyle got his store flooded. Anyway,
I saw you posted the store was flooded. I kind of laughed at that.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. So,
yeah, about to say, Jim, it's not funny.
I'm sorry I laughed. All right.
I'm probably going to have to be replacing carpet here shortly. I don't know.
Well, look, here's the thing. He posted it. I'm not sorry I laughed.
No, I'm not either. I'm wanting the owner of the place to go after the county saying, fix it.
I know. I had my basement flooded, 3 years ago? That was a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah, they suck. Well, yeah, floods do suck, Paul.
Oh, Cranky's stirring the pot. Mm-hmm. Let's see what Oddball Stuff says. He's a local guy, and we got to hook up. Okay. All right. We'll get there. We'll get there, Oddball, and do an epic video together. All right. We're getting there. I'm the lollygagger.
Is it going to be pay-per-view?
No,
there is no pay-per-view here.
See, now, Cranky, here's the difference, man. The Scots, this is the difference is it's pretty simple. It's the difference between who's actually a man and wears it like a man versus who's wearing it like a woman. And the Scots wear it like a man, so tells you what the other one does.
You saying the Irish go hee hee?
Just remember, the Welsh are the most manly men there are.
Yeah, he hates the Welsh and the Irish, and I got a little of that each, and Scott. Yeah.
You're just fucked up, man. You're just a dog. You're what we call you're what we call a mutt back home.
I am a mutt. I will admit to being a mutt. Too many migrants shouldn't have been let in my family. All right.
I'm German and Cherokee.
My brother-in-law calls the Welsh the hillbillies of the UK. Okay, I'll wear that with
I'll allow it.
I will allow it.
Oh, Cranky needs his ass kicked. He's hiding behind the scenes, and he just pulled up the French. Oh,
Cranky, get on here, man. Get on here.
Oh,
Come on, Cranky.
Side trolls. It's the side trolls, I tell you. Oh, Cranky.
Pat, what are you drinking tonight?
What am I what?
What are you drinking tonight?
Oh, I still got Samuel Smith's Winter Welcome, and I got some Sierra Nevada Christmas beer.
Okay,
That'll work.
So it's beer. It's not no whiskey tonight. Matter of fact, let me go get that right now. Can't drink alone, Smelson.
damn right. That's why I asked.
While he's grabbing that, Scotsman, let me tell you what I did the other day. I sold a bottle of 17-year-old Pappy. That's a $2,000 bottle.
I was gonna say it's up there. Yep.
And then the same guy came back in and bought an $800 bottle of Stag.
I mean, if he's got the money to buy a $2,000 bottle, he's definitely got the money to buy an $800 bottle.
Right. Yeah. And he said, "Man, y'all's prices are great." I'm like, "Come on back."
All right, what was he driving? What was in the parking lot?
F-250, I think.
Huh?
An
Brand new.
F-250.
Okay, back in my drinking days, I was pretty pedestrian. I liked Jim Beam, I liked Budweiser and Michelob, and I was fine. Could somebody please explain to me what makes we'll say a $10 shot of tequila or scotch, whatever it is, to a $500 shot? How?
It goes really based on two different things, and you can add a few different factors into it. But the two main ones are the rarity of it
And the age.
and the age of it.
But if you ever try to get me to buy a $500 shot of anything, nope.
Well, same here.
No,
I mean,
and like the most, I think the most I've ever spent on a bottle of whiskey is like $250. I really don't like to spend a ton of money. Yeah, I'm very picky when it comes to whiskey. The youngest I'll drink usually is about a 12-year-old whiskey. I don't like to go anything less than that because usually it's not that good. It doesn't have all the flavors behind it that I like. So usually at 12 years, the bare minimum. Like the one I picked up today was $60.
right.
I usually don't go anywhere over that $250 mark.
What flavor did you get today?
I picked up some Glenfiddich 12-year.
Now,
$60
what Mr. Paul just said, going back to Jim Beam. Now, I understand what I used to do. I was still a teenager. I'd take a fifth of Jim Beam and open it up, let some air get to it, drink a little bit out of it, let some air get to it, and then forget about it for a while, for at least a few months. Then just do my other drinking and then go back there. And it was always a lot smoother and a lot tastier. That's like you go to the bar and that bottle that's been open, that bottle whatever that's been open for a few weeks or a few months or even a couple of years, it's going to probably taste better than if you just went and bought the brand new bottle out of the liquor store. So, I mean, I can go that far, but there's only so far you can take that. Then it's just.
Well, I mean, it's good to let stuff bloom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would be blooming Jim Beam, but okay.
To my palate, when I quit drinking when I was about 35, so to my palate, that was pretty, that was pretty good stuff. But no, I don't think it was the alcohol was evaporating. It was just let everything smooth out. Yeah, I mean, it still got me just as drunk. Put me in the ditch more than once. Doing it that way.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like wine and champagne, stuff like that. Let it vent for a little bit, let it bloom, and it'll bring out a lot of different flavors. But I don't know about months.
Right. Well, but then liquor. I mean, liquor's a lot different than your wines and stuff. You give it. I always just assumed you gave it a chance to smooth out. Get some air in there and let it smooth and. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul. If you add a drop of whiskey, drop of water, and I mean a drop. Don't go nuts with the water, folks. You add a drop of water, it will help bring out different flavors and that as well.
We've got some Jesse James. It's our own barrel pick. It's 114, 117 proof, somewhere around there. You can take a shot of that, and in 5 minutes later, you get a whole different aroma and everything. It's not like it's coming back up or anything, but
right.
Just everything changes in about 5 minutes, and everybody loves it. We sold, I think, 30 bottles of it. We had our Jesse James rep in the store yesterday, old Slamming Sammy, and he was doing his thing. And I think we sold like 30 bottles of it, and everybody loved it. And it took them like 5 minutes, and they were like, "Damn, that shit was good." It just changes things.
You're talking about Jesse James, the bike builder, fabricator guy?
Yeah.
Huh.
Even though I'm not drinking anymore, I've got all of his bottles in my liquor cabinet in there. They're really good. They are. I'll take a shot and spit it out.
Chessport asked you a question. I gave him my answer.
I think I have a bottle of moonshine, actual from the holler moonshine in the refrigerator. My buddy bought. And
damn,
they flavored it, but it's still 190 proof or whatever. And I really don't know what to do with it.
Actually, Chessboard, depending on what it is, if it's sealed and all that stuff, and you can prove it's 25 years old. Well, it's not aged in their barrels for 25 years, just been sitting in a shelf. I'm sorry, I can't type. I mean, I can type, but I got to go through all the bull. I'm on my wife's laptop.
What do you need? Fingernails?
Get the fuck out of here.
Chessboard, I didn't say you had to drink it, man. I just said to go write your name in the snow with it.
Well, I mean, it's not aged in their barrels for 25 years. It's aged on the shelf, correct?
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's got to age in the barrel.
Because, I mean, we've got some 37-year-old Crown Apple, which is when they first came out with it. And that stuff's $300 a bottle.
All right. Yeah, that's just crazy town to me. Yeah.
Oh yeah. We've got some stupid stuff, and we got stupid people that buy it. So I don't know.
Sounds like it.
Yep.
Fellow I know, he came up and we're bullshitting, and probably one of the first things that came out of his mouth, it was real close to Christmas time. These are, yeah, bought a $2,500 bottle of liquor, whatever. I mean,
What?
Yeah, that's
What is that? What oddball send?
That is, I believe, fingernails.
yeah,
Okay. All right. That's kind of what I thought it was. Like I say, I'm on my wife's laptop. I don't know.
Excuses.
But just like assholes, everybody's got one.
How come I got a snow warning? We shouldn't have any more snow. Oddball, you get snow up there? We got snow up here.
You can take it.
But it's going to subside. So one more plow.
We're supposed to get
Uncle Jim's got one more plow in him. My man.
One more plow. Yeah. Try and do it in the morning because yesterday was like pushing snowmen. It was bad. Didn't go anywhere. It was wet, sticky. You're just pushing it forward. It's like, damn.
Yeah, yesterday for us was just pure ice.
I hate that shit. You can't even drive a tank on ice.
Yeah, you need studs if you got ice.
neat thing is, if you have 4-wheel drive, as long as you can keep perfectly straight, it's actually really fun. But as soon as you start getting that, no matter what you do, you're
if it's ice, you cannot drive on it. If I can't drive a 180-ton tank on ice, you're not going to drive a fucking Chevrolet.
Yeah. Well, like you said, you're not going to get more than about 50 feet at the most if you're really good. I'm not saying I am, but that first, when you just start off and you got her locked in, then as soon as you start doing as soon as you start breaking traction just a little bit, you start, you get that spin going. It's just like, take the wheel, Jesus.
Well, that's when you start using the ditch, because you get better traction in the ditch than you do on the damn ice.
Well, it's crazy to me. Like driving home, last night. Hell, there was one guy doing Thursday night, not Friday night. Thursday night, driving home, the guy was doing 30 miles an hour, and the roads were fine. Like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And then today, I went to go get more fuel for the heater. This is going to get really cold. And on the way back, guy was doing frickin' 35, and there's nothing. It's just a little bit of rain. Like, what the hell, man?
The classic is you're driving down the interstate and it starts to rain. It rains a little bit heavy. Nothing horrible.
Just add water.
They slow down, they turn their flashers on, and they jump into the middle lane. It's like,
and see, the bad part about that is, and you are totally correct, the bad part about that is when you turn your flashers on, I don't know if you're going to change lanes or not.
Right.
And that is dangerous.
Oh,
do
like
not do that.
The jackass today didn't have his lights on whatsoever. It wasn't raining that hard. It was just enough just to, dust up your window. You had to have it on low. But yeah, he was being a freaking idiot.
Yeah, do not turn your four-way flashers on because nobody on the damn road or even in space knows what you're planning on doing because you cannot tell us.
Exactly.
Does that make sense? I mean, you think you're going to change lanes, but the person behind you or beside you still just sees the same blinking light. You know. It's sad that I have to say that, but do not turn your four-way flashers on. It does not make you any more visible. What it does is impede everybody around you. Okay, ran over.
Well,
It's a legitimate rant.
it's pretty simple. What's wrong with drivers?
They can't drive. That's what's wrong with them.
Well, they're just getting worse. There's more and more. They're just freaking. They just don't get it. Like, I'm sorry. If you're that freaking scared, just stay off the damn roads.
Exactly.
Because all you're gonna do is end up causing an accident because you're being so stupid and going so damn slow.
Yeah, Patriot Paul, you're correct. I'm expecting people to have common sense because, hey, when I grew up, we had it. If you didn't have it, you didn't live.
Evolution really works well sometimes.
What's that, Scotty?
How's your ribs?
Oh, the ribs are great. They need about another minute in the microwave.
Did you give some to the birds?
Not tonight. Tonight they had Sylvia ate their hot dog, so they didn't get a hot dog today. But, they had some tortilla chips. They were really happy about tortilla chips and pistachios. Yeah,
Pat, we got to see more of your birds, man.
Did they watch Sylvia eat the hot dog that was for them?
No. We came home and they leaped onto the door of the cage like they're going to get something, and it's like, what? What? You forget about us? Yeah, they weren't happy. They yelled at her.
My niece, by marriage, her and her husband have a couple some small breed of parrots, and they just, she likes having parrots. He loves having parrots. Yeah. So, and we just have crows. I throw a little bit of dog food out for them every once in a while. They seem to be okay with that.
Man, big birds are great. I remember as a kid, my grandparents had a African gray, and you'd come walking out of the kitchen in the morning, and he would look at you and go, "Char wants coffee." I'm looking at my grandfather. I'm like, "What the hell is this?"
Oh,
He goes,
cool
"Stick your
bird.
coffee cup up there." Char will drink coffee. Thank you. I mean, they're great. You take him out of the cage, and he was just your best buddy, you know.
Yeah, screw all that.
He'd walk around the house behind you. He'd go in the backyard with you when you let the dogs out. I mean, he was my buddy. And I'm talking, I was like 8, 9, 10 years old.
Yeah, they're cool birds. Very smart and live a long time.
Yeah. Very smart. Sometimes too damn smart.
Right.
They have a fucked up sense of humor, though.
Yes, they do. And you know what? So do I.
Yeah.
So I thought it was funnier than hell. All the shit he used to do. I mean, he would set you up to fail. And then just laugh and laugh and laugh. I knew it. Well, where did he learn all this shit? Must be my grandmother and grandfather fighting with each other. I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, I never got into the whole bird thing. Not my jam.
We got a little $5 parakeet for Sylvia's daughter a long time ago when she was still, like 8. And she lost interest in it in about 3 weeks. So it ended up in my room. And, if you spend time with them, they develop little personalities and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Assholes. And that little $5 parakeet is the best pet I ever had. It was, it was jealous of Sylvia. It was great. She'd get on my shoulder and then, kiss me on the cheek and then stick her tongue out at Sylvia. It was fucking great. And anyway, that's what got us started with him. Before that, I had no fucking idea. We had a parakeet when I was a little kid, and I was like, it's no big deal. Half the deal was getting it away from the cats. But now these little fuckers we got now, they're all right. Gotta give them that. They're messy little vandals. They yell and scream for no particularly good reason, just because they got little attitudes. It's like having the county jail in the corner of the kitchen. Yeah. But now they're cool. I would not recommend anybody get a parrot, though. If you have a choice, this is not something you want to deal with. But they're cool.
What surprises me is we don't have flocks of parrots around here. Just, hell, we got everything else around here. Just with all the ones that I guarantee have been released out in the wild, people got bored with them after 6 weeks. Yeah, I'm surprised that there's not, like I said, we don't have flocks of them running around down here.
Birds are great as long as you spend time with them.
Mm-hmm.
We had when I was growing up, we had a cockatiel, and he was great. He would sit there and mess with the cat. This is before I knew I was allergic to cats. He'd mess with the cat, and she'd, kind of like swat it, like go away. He'd come back and just start picking on her neck and everything like that, just cleaning her, But she loved to be on the ceiling fan. Not with the fan on, of course, but you could reach up and just spin the fan, and she'd fly up there to the fan and just be like, wee. I mean, it was good.
Yep.
And yeah, Paul, it is good to have a good dog, and I've got 2 of them. Although one of them, he's not stupid, but he just does some dumb shit.
Well, I mean, look at his owner. So,
well, Scotsman's met Baloo, but you hadn't met Gunner. Yeah, Baloo's a great dog. She ain't a good dog. She's a great dog.
I've been in the. I don't think I'm completely retarded, but I do dumb stuff all the time. Seems like a good idea.
Well, I mean, Gunner can figure out certain situations and then just do something randomly stupid, and then he'll be like, well, that didn't work out. I mean, he'll turn around and look at you and be like, my bad.
Sorry, gentlemen, for yawning like that.
Hey, Rosa. And Kim is here. Rosa and Kim.
I'm sorry, Kim.
Is
Sorry about that, Kim. That is the only nice thing about parrots. To have the kids tell us we're not taking them. When you die, they're going out because they're going to outlive us.
My sister had a parakeet named Stanley. He was super smart. And the first time I went over to her place, it was mimicking the radio, but it sounded like backwards, like it was possessed by the devil. And I'm like, what the hell is that talking about? It was.
I have a feeling Vanessa is going to be breaking the hammer out here in just a moment.
Let's see, we got Adolf is here. Hello, Adolf. Oh, there's a picture.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling on that one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're getting a run here.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, let's just saddle up. Here we go. Let me put on my 5-point racing harness and let's do this.
We got we got Teddy here.
You know what? Apparently, old Teddy has a little bit of a fan base starting to develop over the last decade or so.
Well, he's talk to the CIA about that guy. Yeah.
Well, he's no longer with us, but he apparently there's he's starting to get a little bit of a following going. At least
there's a lot of
philosophy.
There's a lot of government dirt about him. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh shit.
And so it begins. Here we go.
You want to take care of these, or do we let them go?
I just let them go. Fuck them.
Yeah, let them roll for a minute.
I'm not going to quote that one, Kimmy. I'm sorry, Kim.
You guys want to storm Paris again?
Oddball stuff. This time of night, we get trolls. Yes. Luckily, you don't have to see them come on here and accidentally click on them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm already on here, so if somebody comes on as me, it's not me. I remember what happened last time. Oh, here we go. Yes. Hopefully it involves baby oil. Or coconut oil. I'm sorry, coconut oil.
Oddball stuff. I hope the family is all in bed while you're listening, or you got earmuffs on. Ear protection.
And here we go. Wow, I can't believe it only took 4 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah.
And 45 seconds.
You got to love a good troll. All right.
Yep, sure do. Every chance I get.
Hey, boys, what are you doing later tonight? That wasn't too bad from, the Diddy boy himself. Yeah.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party, baby.
Busted. Yeah, busted. So, anyway, Pat, a lot of meat on those ribs because last two times ribs had a ton of meat on them. Yeah.
Oddball, I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is part of the show. Grab your popcorn.
Yeah, I just worry about his family hearing this stuff on a live chat. All right, I hope you have ears on. It gets a little nasty around here.
Yeah, but we like to let them run for a while. It's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they don't try
You
and
get bored with us after a while.
Eventually.
Evidently, they have nothing else to do. So
yeah, you're right, Paul. I can't wait for it either. Will anything ever happen with it? I don't know.
There's a lot. There's a lot more before that. I want to see Clinton, and
Well, I mean, they've already accidentally leaked the JFK video.
Did they?
Which one's that?
Video?
The one where the CIA member that's driving the limo shot him.
No, that's bullshit. No.
Okay, well, it's on video.
Well, there's also one where they say Jackie O shot him. When she turns around, she had a little gun and poof when she goes to grab him. That's BS also. Now,
That is extreme BS.
No, it screams BS. I saw the driver one. They have the driver accused of shooting him. All those. I watched everything.
There's one where the Secret Service is supposed to have shot him with one of their ARs.
Yeah, what really happened was a guy from the front with a light, fast bullet took the final shot, and that's what happened. If it comes out or not in these files, that's what really happened.
It was the guy driving the damn limo.
No, nobody in the car. It was.
He turned around and
no,
see the damn gun.
I've seen all those.
Hold on, Kyle. Number one, that video has been out for quite a while. It didn't just get leaked. That's been out for a while.
Well, yes, I saw it a while back.
Those have all been out for years. What
y'all got to remember, this is all distraction. Quit paying attention to distractions.
What
Pay
really
attention to what's going on around while they're trying to do all this shit.
What really happened, it was a super fast light bullet, and it was from the front, from the fence. All right, behind the grassy knoll, next to the railroad, easy in and out, and that's what really happened, because you can tell the difference between the shots before and the headshot. There's no doubt. James File claimed he did it with a 223 Fireball with the nylon pistol, 223 Fireball. He claims he did it. However, whether he did it or not, that's where it came from, and that was the headshot. Now, what James Files says, he was in prison. There's interviews if you guys haven't seen it. What he says is it had mercury in the hollow point. And if you dig up his body, if you find there's going to be mercury in the skull. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But the headshot was a front shot, and it was from the fence. Grassy knoll.
You do know that they swapped his brain, right?
They kept his brain.
But they swapped it.
What do you mean swapped it? Oh, swapped it out?
Yeah.
Well, you have people that were there during the autopsy, the original one, all these years later, and they're ready to die and they don't care. And they testified that was not how it was posted. So it was fake news.
Well, it was something about mercury and that kind of stuff. And they swapped his brain out. That way, during the autopsy, they couldn't detect traces of mercury.
Wow.
It was an explosive round with mercury.
Yes, it was a 223 Fireball, according to the guy who says he shot him, who was in prison for killing a cop. But I don't know if that's true. But I'll tell you one thing: that was a front shot, and it wasn't a 6.5. What was the rifle again? Damn, a Carcano. Carcano.
There's a Rollins Carvelis in the side chat. That's not me. But I can guarantee you it's not my rifle.
Well, we also have Osama bin Laden. And he says, I know about explosives.
But what do you know about Camel?
You got to love these trolls. You got to love them.
Are you riding around on a camel? And if so, do you use a crop? Is that how you get them to go?
Yeah, 221 fireball. Isn't that what I said?
221 is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a
The
prototype.
Fireball was a 221.
According, you guys can look up James Files on YouTube, whatever. There's old interviews, new interviews. He's in prison. He's interviewed. It was supposedly a prototype nylon, Remington nylon, bolt action pistol. And he did it. He did it from there. He had a reversible coat. So he turned his coat around and it was plaid, and he walked down the railroad area like a railroad worker, and that was his story. But however, that shot, if you guys shoot, if you ever shot a watermelon, that shot was from the front,
Of course.
and that means there's two shooters in that. And they don't want. And there was also an extra bullet that skipped off of the curb. So
the magic bullet.
What it comes down to, it doesn't matter who jerked the trigger. What it comes down to is there
It was
might
an
be a
inside
lot of-
damn job.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who benefited from him going down, but it was the Federal Reserve that took him out.
Yep.
it was the CIA.
He was starting to print the Red Seal dollars, which was an actual Treasury note, not a Federal Reserve note. And of course, the Federal Reserve didn't like that, so they took him out. Yeah. Now, who pulled the trigger? If it was Oswald, great. If it was the smoking man, that's great. If it was Space Alien, Bigfoots, that's great.
I don't think
the Federal Reserve that did the job.
I don't think it was Oswald whatsoever. He was like, "What?" He didn't even know what was going on. He didn't have enough forensics powder residue on him. He's just a patsy. But according to what I think, it was the CIA and the mob together.
It was a CIA hit.
By
It
the
might have
way,
been
Bush was
might have
there.
been made. The CIA might have been made to do it by the mob.
It was the CIA.
It was definitely CIA.
No, it was the CIA having the mob do it. What the CIA took care of was one thing. They told all the local law enforcement not to do, stand down. You're not in charge of this beforehand. Okay. So the CIA kind of ran that part of it, but the mob was the one that did it. Okay.
I think exactly the opposite. I think the mob got the CIA to do it.
No, the mob did it. CIA had them do it. Why would the CIA do it when they had the mob to do it? No, they were using the mob.
We have 10 man.
And originally they were going to do it in Chicago, but they said no, too close to home with the mob, so they did it in Texas.
And Hobby's got a good question. That's a rabbit hole to go down.
What?
Hobby's comment.
Robert Kennedy.
Well, it was the same idea. CIA's involved. Same with Martin Luther King. This will all come out. CIA knows about it, and they control the what do you call it? They make sure all the officials and everything in the area are in line, and then they have someone else do it. Now, Sirhan did not shoot Kennedy's brother with 22 because there's an extra bullet in the wall, and it could have been the security guard there right behind him. So that's iffy, but yeah, obviously it wasn't Sirhan, whatever. Wasn't he a Palestinian? Oh, anyway.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, but he was a Christian, whether it's Palestinian or Lebanese or whatever. He wasn't Muslim, is my understanding. Of course, I know about that much about the Kennedy assassination.
Oh, I know a lot. I look totally into it, and we'll see what comes out. I think most of it's going to be redacted. But if any of you guys think that that headshot was a back shot, you're totally wrong. That was not a 6.5 Carcano ball. That was not. That was a fast bullet. Poof!
From the front. Because his head went back and to the left.
Possibly a mercury-filled hollow point, custom made, in a 221 Firebolt.
Wouldn't just using just a regular soft point be just as efficient? I mean, you're shooting a single shot pistol, so you don't have to worry about feeding issues.
Yeah, but they wanted
ranges they're shooting at. If
they wanted the mercury just in case it hits the blood, you're gone. But according to Files, who probably didn't do it, he said he missed just slightly. He was aiming over here, and it hit over here when he shot. And he only had one shot. He was the backup guy. If everything, what is that noise? According to Files, he was the last guy, the backup, make sure it happened. Okay. And he said he only had one shot at it. As a matter of fact, he got bitched out. He got bitched out later for taking that shot. And he said, hey, I only had that one time between the sign and where I was. I had that one shot. And you guys told me you told me to do it if it wasn't happening. And he got bitched out a little bit for that, but he didn't get, in trouble.
I don't know. I just hope it comes out just so it exposes everybody.
Tin Man says, man, I'm sorry. The Carcano's a piece of crap. I've held them. Before you couldn't get ammo, you couldn't give the rifles away for $25. You couldn't give them away. We had them on the rack, and now you can get the what's that? PCC ammo. What is that? Anyway, now you can reload for them, but that isn't a great rifle whatsoever.
As of right this second, PSA does not have any Carcanos available on sale or not on sale. So,
okay, so Tin Man is full of crap. Where's Mrs. Tin Man? Just straighten him out, Mrs. Tin Man.
Pat, what are you doing?
I'm thinking the interesting thing is the FBI yesterday comes out with 2,500 more pages of JFK files that hadn't been to the National Archives yet, but the CIA is still crickets.
Hey, the CIA and the mob was in on that sucker, and it's same with the other 3 assassinations. Okay. They were pissed at the Kennedys, both.
Yeah, I want to hear more about Mexico City and the stadium.
most likely, the CIA will just drag their feet till, either President Trump, he's done, and J.D. Vance, who knows how hard he'll push for it after he gets elected, if he gets elected. A lot can happen in the next 4 years. So, and they'll just, and whatever they put out anyway will just be redacted. I mean, it'll just be black marker. So
most of it, I believe, is going to be black marker. Everyone has high hopes, but they redact it. They did it with DB Cooper. They redacted the crap out of everything. So
one of my coworkers said, "Yeah, they're going to release all the transcripts, and they're going to be black pieces of paper.
They're going to have
at the very last, it'll say the end."
yeah.
But just remember this. Bush,
But they can say they released it. They can say they released it.
Just remember this: Bush Senior was there, and he was in the CIA. Okay,
I know.
he was there. He was there,
I know.
and that's why that's another reason they don't want all this out. He was there, and a lot of other interesting suspects were there.
Mhm.
What's his name? The actor, his dad was there. He was, brought in.
Well, just saying somebody was part of the CIA. There's thousands of people who work for the CIA right this moment.
I know, but you had Bush Senior there, and he
Well,
turned out,
okay, I'm not saying
and he
that.
turned out to be a president.
But just because somebody was in the CIA doesn't necessarily mean that they're even associated with it or with the FBI or any organization. Yeah.
Unless the CIA and the mob were in on it together, and they were hand in hand. They were the CIA used the mob. That's what they did. Maybe it comes out, maybe it doesn't. But
I have
totally researched everything on JFK. I've totally researched everything. There's no right answer, but there's a lot of questions. And what they came up with was bullshit. They find a bullet on a guy's freaking table where he's laying? No.
Yeah.
A pristine bullet? No. That doesn't happen. I'm sorry. And the magic bullet? Come on. You guys shot enough to know the difference. That was a high velocity bullet that hit him in the forehead. No doubt at all. And it could have had mercury in it. Dig them up. Let's find out.
Well, hell, I figure they can if they can swap out brains and if they can do all this other conspiracy, they can dig that mercury out or wash it out, do whatever. I don't know how you dispose of mercury or clean it off, other than
You can't. It's microscopically everywhere. So all you have to do is dig them up. If there's mercury in that brain, Files was telling the truth, but I don't think Files. I don't know. James Files. You can look it up. He served in prison for how many years? 40 years, killing a cop. Anyway, he says he did the fatal shot and he was the backup guy, and he set up the pathways for the cars and everything.
Yeah, Cranky's right.
Oh, Cranky.
Why doesn't Cranky come on, you bastard? If I gotta stay up and not eat all night, you can come on.
That was one of the dumbest movies I've ever seen, and because I'm a gun guy, where these assassins are shooting around corners and through coffee cup handles and all this stuff, and it's like
I'm not going to say that shooting through a coffee cup handle is impossible.
Well,
come on, Wallace. Are you
after
saying you can't curve a bullet, man?
Okay, it's no worse than a handheld minigun. Okay, so it's Hollywood.
Yeah, but at least in the Predator, Jesse Ventura is a big boy, and he could probably, if anybody could do it, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, at least that's sort of maybe kinda.
Nah, my buddy was an armorer on that movie,
Right.
and they had the 24-volt battery cables having to run up his leg.
Okay.
Because that was the biggest deal. You probably could, carry, 1,000 rounds and a minigun, but you couldn't carry 4 truck batteries.
There. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not going to argue that at all. I can barely carry 1 truck battery.
Yeah.
Are you guys talking about alien? What are you talking about? Alien?
Predator.
Predator.
Predator. Yeah. Okay.
one of the greatest movie lines in the movie world itself when he's on that helicopter.
What was that?
Oh hell, I don't remember word for word off the top of my head, but
Get the chopper? What?
no, it wasn't Arnie. It was the other dude.
Yeah.
All
You're
right.
going to have to be more specific, Scotsman.
Well, while Scotsman thinks about the dumbest gun movie you can ever watch is called Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man.
Yep.
Oh, I just saw a clip of that today.
There's these assassins walking around wearing Kevlar trench coats, and they're taking rounds from a helicopter's minigun. Now, and they're just walking through the room, you know, taking rounds like this. And it's like, okay, it just like, after you watch that movie, you can watch any other gun movie and assassin movie, war movie, whatever. You'll get, okay.
Oh, I was watching Clint Eastwood I think it was The Enforcer, and seeing all the white sparks go off on the cars with no bullet holes,
Right.
you know, and hiding behind a piece of plywood.
Did you see the video I did once where it was a detective show, weekly, and they shot his car door, and they all splatted on the outside of the car. Do you guys remember that?
You guys do understand these are movies, right?
Yeah. But it was just the ridiculousness goes to now. If we're going to talk movies,
Were you not entertained?
I'm not going to say it was the greatest shootout, but Heat, the bank robbery, that's just. I'll sit there and I'll watch that 10 times in a row. Just watching it go down.
I know, but I did a video and I showed a segment of it. It was a detective show. Anyway, gosh, what was his name? Anyway, the bullet splattered on the side of his car door. He was hiding
There's your quote,
in
Jim.
like liquid water. It was funny as hell. It's in the archive somewhere. Anyway.
There's your quote in the side chat.
All right. Seeing that we're getting toward the end here, maybe, but if not, Jim, I had to set up a mail and web server and DNS server and all this other shit just to try to get an email address. And I failed. But the server's up right now. It's on the internet. So if you would like a couple of Jimline addresses that forward to you, we can do like boy@jimline.com and jim@jimline.com. You know,
You mean
and have them forward your email.
you're talking about like official where people try and
All right, y'all are above my pay grade.
You're talking not are you talking email or are you talking like what do you call it? Damn it.
No, he's talking QVC. That's what he's
I've
talking.
got a web server, so if you want to put something on there, I was going to put a big horse cock if you typed in www.jimline.com. But no, I'll put something else up if you want.
Okay. Hey, no, we all right, we gotta talk. So you're talking websites. That's what you're talking.
Oh, websites, email, back end databases, anything you want. You want a storefront? We can do that. You want to put all your videos there? We can do that.
So we've gone from JFK assassination to horse cocks.
Well, yeah, that's
Where
you
does
got to
this
put.
road go?
Yeah, you got to put a parking page up. Don't put any pussy little. We haven't finished this page yet. Just put a big horse dick.
You gonna put up
No. Okay. Man Boob Tactical expired and I didn't renew it. But I
right,
can re-register it, I'm sure.
All right, we're gonna have to talk, Pat. We'll have domain names. Oh, that's hilarious, Pat. Way beyond my pay grade there. Whoa, yeah, that's hilarious.
See,
And then actually, Scotsman, then you have the wonderful line from Blazing Saddles. Y'all are out here acting like a bunch of Kansas City faggots. That's for you, Frankie.
Oddball stuff. I'm gonna have to Google that oddball. That's hilarious. Hello, this is Uncle Jim, and I'm at Cock Canyon. That's hilarious.
Wow. And Pat, you'll know this. Right around your neck of the woods, there's a Kyle's Canyon.
I love you. I'll be in a couple minutes. Baby.
Oh, we got all sorts of good stuff. I remember my favorite was in El Monte. The Social Security office was on Easy Street, right across from Mike Hunt Drive.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not fucking kidding. They had to change the name of the street after a while. It was so fucking funny. You know, the Social Security office is on Easy Street. Yep.
What was the name of that movie? Piggy something? What was that movie? Is Mike Hunt here? Has anyone seen Mike Hunt?
Porky's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Apparently everybody has.
El Monte has a Michael Hunt Drive still.
Mike Hunt Drive.
See, once you get this website put up, then we can send all the trolls over there. When they show up, you can just scroll across the bottom, and they can all go visit and see the giant horse cock.
All right,
Okay.
Oddball. I'm gonna have to check that out. Maybe I'll have to go up there and do a video and take a piss and say, "Hello, this is Uncle Jim. I'm at Cock Canyon."
Oh, it'd just be nice for you to say I put my initials there.
Yeah. I was here at Cock Canyon, and there's the news. Oh my gosh, Oddball. I hope you have your earphones on. Oh my gosh.
Nutsack Valley. What the fuck?
Big Boone Lick, Kentucky.
Yeah, we're there. Over 4 hours. We're here now.
There's
That's where the chat goes.
there's a street up in Highlands, North Carolina, called Gobbler's Knob Lane. And I always thought that was funnier than hell. My uncle used to live there. Gobbler's Knob.
Oh,
And I was like, how can you even address a goddamn envelope with that damn street name?
you gotta
I'm
love
sorry.
it. You gotta love it.
Yeah. So we're going off the rails here, right?
Well, it's,
Well, I don't know. I want to hear from
almost-
Scotsman. They got some fucked up names in Scotland.
Oh yeah, there's a few. There's a few. Not just cities and towns and all that. There's all kinds, man. Street names, you name it.
Jesus, man.
Oh, this is what happens when we're almost at 5 hours. Yeah,
Well, I mean, it is what it is. Let's roll with it.
it's there. Yeah. Where's all the trolls now?
Oh, we scared them all off now. We got too dark for them.
I dropped the hammer and they all left.
Oh, God.
Dick B. Dragon.
Oh my gosh. Full Ed Taco put it on one of his videos once. Oh my God.
Leave Mike out of this.
I'm going to have to talk to Taco about that one and ask him. Oh. And these are, oh. All right.
Man finds a genie bottle, lets the genie out. Genie says, "You have one wish." The man says, "I thought it was 3." The genie says, "Inflation." Well, the man's there. "Well, I want my dick to touch the floor." So the genie said, "You got it." His legs disappeared.
There you go.
Oh. So
that's kind of like the meme that's been going around. Ask my genie for a horse cock, and it's a 4-legged chicken. Or rooster, 4-legged rooster. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Okay.
This is real convoluted. There's a movie where this guy, super salesman for the company. So the company bumps him up to sell him the really high dollar stuff. Finally, the president of the company says, "Hey, I'm going to put you in charge of this new project we have." They're sitting there in the office and they're doing coke, or he thinks he's doing coke. Well, apparently, this Amazon type company is turning people into half men, half horses. The strength of a horse. They kind of look like horses, and they're most of the guys who they're doing this to are black guys and black women. Anyways, so they have this revolution. They get rid of the guy, and this one guy, he's the leader. He's there. "Listen, I'm going to do what I can so we can find a cure and get back to normal." And this one brother looks at him and says, "Dude, we have horse cocks." It's like, I just put a call there too.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you get up in the Highlands there, Pat, where they still speak Gaelic and use Gaelic. You get some really fucked up names up there.
I was wondering what Canton did to Tin Man, because that's a city real close to me.
Well, what I thought was interesting is there's a whole lot of shit going on in the United Kingdom with Keir Starmer and the rape gangs and all that shit going on. And it's neat when you see the the survey on who disapproves of Keir Starmer right now. And all of Edmonton looks like they're just a bunch of commies. But the rest of Scotland is A-OK.
Yep.
No, yeah, but you got to be careful. Rape gangs are okay, but saying something that might make somebody uncomfortable, you need to go to jail for that.
All right. Good night, Oddball.
Good night, Oddball.
Love you, dude. Good night, Oddball. We're going to hook up soon.
And just for public knowledge, if you think the things I say out loud are bad, you should hear the shit I keep to myself.
Oh, geez.
Last thing people ever want to have is telepathy.
No shit. I don't give a damn what you're thinking.
The worms inside my brain have very sharp teeth.
Yeah, no one.
Here's a good one. If you're having a bad day, just be grateful that you're not a hotel maid on February 15th. That's kind of evil.
Susan did she worked motels for well, the entire time she lived up north with me, and it wasn't just the 15th. I mean, there'd be times there these people were just disgusting. Yeah, so it just there's a lot of those stories that you hear, they're true.
I've always been extremely courteous. I try to leave the hotel room just as clean as it was when I got there. So there's levels.
Yeah. No, it's a rental. Sorry to your little woman, but no, it's a rental. So yeah.
Well, if you're dealing with Susan's, we go to the room. It's like, oh, it's okay to me. She's like, no, look, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Now, only one time did she go down to the manager when we were checking out, and she just reamed them a new asshole and just said, hey, don't you have a supervisor here? Don't you have? She's like, I've worked for this company before. I know what your procedures are. You're not doing them. And I mean, and she just like, there's just certain hotels that she refuses to stay at now because of that. Yeah, it just I
always try to leave it just as clean, because it's not their job to clean up after me. They just have to make it past federal inspection. But I always took care of that. Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
We got a MCK sighting, and he's filling jars. Interesting.
Filling jars.
MCK. Mock. Good to see you, bud.
Jars? Filling jars?
That's interesting. What's in the jar? Mm-hmm.
I know what's in the jars, but I'm not saying.
Ah, geez. Does it have anything to do with wounded copper?
I'm not saying a damn word.
Oh.
He said rounded copper.
A foof.
A foof.
A foof.
We can a foof.
I didn't forget about you, Jim, by the way. I am going to make a video for you. I haven't forgot about you.
Oh, God. Here it comes.
Oh, yeah. That scrolling video. Make us a video. You lazy bastard video. Yeah. Yeah.
Mark, are you filling jars with what I fill jars with?
I want to know what's in the jar. Yeah, I went straight to a certain thing. It requires
He's putting grass in the jars. Why you gotta be so weird and funky about stuff? He's working on reloading. Jeez.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you always have to reload every now and then.
It could
be I'm not quite sure what wacky or what or who that is.
I don't know who. What is that? Wacky a felon. Who the fuck's wacky?
Yeah, that.
Sure, make him a felon.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a politician, they're probably a felon anyway. So
we got quite a few of them out here.
I want to know what's in the jar.
I know what's in the jar.
I don't know. The first thing that came to mind is wounded copper tubing with heat.
Yeah, you're right on it. Yeah, little cooling chamber.
We can't talk about it.
Right.
He's working on some 45, man. Jeez.
No, not with. Anyway,
I'm trying to come up with something better than that Scotsman, but I can't right now. No, he's working on 165, trying to dumb it down to 180. That was backwards. My bad.
See, he said he's working on some hot loads.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They also sell silencers on Amazon. They're probably sold by the same people too.
Oh, you're saying use a thumper? Did I say that out loud? I love thumpers. They go thump, 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 thump. Mark gets it.
Oh.
I watched a few good movies on that subject. Nice.
Wait a minute. What is chessboard saying?
Oh,
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
What the fuck?
Yeah, there's some feminist who introduced a bill in Ohio that says if you do not intend on impregnating your partner, then it's illegal to ejaculate in Ohio.
Oh, I did hear something about that.
Yep.
You know what?
She can kiss my ass because you know what? There's nothing prettier than covering a nice, beautiful face in front of you.
Let's stop it right here.
I was going to say something.
A woman that looks like a glazed donut.
Oh my gosh! And we're not even at 5 hours.
Pat, I was approaching that Scotsman said.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell me where I can?
All right. Good night,
Good
MCQ.
here's the problem.
Good night, Mark.
I have a couple cousins who live in Ohio, and every time they jerk off in the shower, half the county gets pregnant. So,
All right. Good night, MCK. And why is everyone
Good night,
getting
Mark.
my chats to bring up these subjects?
You
Why
invited us.
Why is it my chat? Everyone else's chat? No, you don't talk about it. You're in a church, and everyone has to be proper. No, you come here, and boom, all hell breaks loose.
That's chessboard. He put it up there. Jeez.
this is the only chat I ever come on.
And you know, I haven't seen Vanessa all night, but here she is.
Oh my God.
She's been in and out all night. So.
Yeah, she's waking up. Oh my God. I'm sorry that you're waking up to this. Whoa.
Hey, Vanessa, good to see you. Yeah, everyone has to be proper, and then they come here and just to throw the book at it. Yeah.
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, Thor. I mean, it's and you can hardly ever find anybody even talking about red seal dollars, let alone, yeah. I found a few one time. Guy handed them to me thinking they were just regular. I'm looking at, these are red seals. He looks at me like, what are you talking about? And it's like, and I didn't bother to explain it too deep. They're just a little bit rare. So apparently somebody stole somebody's money collection and was using to buy beer at the local truck stop. And when they gave me some change, but yeah, that's how I learned about red seals. Somebody accidentally handed me some old currency like that.
What's a red seal dollar?
Okay, it's my understanding, and like I said, you can hardly, at least I can hardly find any information about it. But Kennedy got pissed off at the Federal Reserve and said, well, I'll just start printing my own money. So instead of, and so he had actual treasury notes being printed. And these had red seals on them instead of the green seal, like what Reserve notes have. And so if you come across those, they're I guess apparently pretty rare. Like you said, I don't know too much about them.
They are rare, and I actually have some in a safe deposit box in the bank.
Yeah.
And they're $60 with a red seal instead of you're talking about the circle on the side.
Yeah,
Yep.
where the Federal Reserve, instead
Yeah.
of being Federal Reserve, it says Treasury, or and it says Department of the Treasury, where it would normally say.
Hang on, Jim. Here, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Not the red one, but let's see.
Well, it's interesting because there's always a search for DB Cooper money, and they were from the 60s. Wait a minute, Kyle.
That seal will be red.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got some in a safe deposit box.
So.
Yeah, and on the back where it says Federal Reserve note, it'll say Treasury note.
Yep. I actually got them from my grandfather's house.
It's similar to a search for DB Cooper money from the 60s. I forget what they call the dollar note, but everyone has been looking on eBay to find a DB Cooper dollar or $20 bill.
Right.
And to this day, nothing. But it's very specific.
Let's see. If you have a $2 bill and it's from 2017 and the mint stamp is red, not the big stamp, right at the end of the serial number, you better hang on to that. That was the last run from the Denver Mint for $2 bills, and those things are worth like $2,500.
Well, I'll have to ask my son. He's got the collection of the $2 bills. Okay.
I've got a lot of $2 bills. I get them from work and stuff like that. I just keep them. I just like them.
I have a Clinton one. Does that count? No.
Okay. Here's Series 1963 red seal $5 bill, circulated United States note. Now the guy's asking $1,500 for it on eBay.
Oh my God!
Yeah, but then right next to it on eBay, there's a $5 seal note. The guy's asking $30 a pop for them. That sounds probably like it'd be a lot more reasonable. So I mean, unless that one for $1,500. Unless it's in perfect condition, that guy's smoking whatever crack he's smoking. He needs to get his money back. So, but you can find them for about $30 a pop, $70 a pop. Yeah. So, but yeah. So,
Yeah.
United States note, $5. This one's $5, and like Kyle was saying, the actual seal is red, and the serial number will be red. And
No, it's the ones I'm talking about have a red star, or not a star, a red D for the Denver Mint. It's the last run they ever made. If you get a $2 bill and it's got a red D on the end of it, that baby's worth some money.
Yeah. This one I'm looking at, which is, I guess it's on eBay. This particular one, it's a $5 bill and 63. And Douglas Dillon is the Secretary of the Treasury for this one, and has a little G1 underneath the left-hand $5 or 5 on the on there. So, but yeah, I mean, you can, this guy's asking $1,200 for it. Yeah, they're not that valuable. I gave a buddy of mine, like I said, when that guy gave him the change, it was like $10 worth of, it was like a 5 and some ones.
Well,
I just gave them to a buddy of mine who collects coins and cash.
Well,
yes, some of them are. And let me tell you guys, even the side chat and everybody, start saving your pennies.
well,
Yeah.
okay. I wanted to bring that up. No more pennies now because they cost 4 times as much to make. So where do we go with the pennies? Are they still usable? How's that going to work? Everything's going to round off at 5 cents now?
Well, I mean, either you use your credit card to get penny, like 99 cents worth. Yeah, your credit or your debit card. This is a guess on my part. And as long as those pennies are considered legal tender, they're just not being made anymore. So you can still walk into the grocery store and pay with 50 pennies for a piece of gum or something.
But my question is, are they just going to round off to 5 cents now?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're paying cash.
All right. So if you're paying cash on something, everything's going to round off to 5 cents. Now, I can understand why Trump did that because it's costing us millions to make pennies. I saw a whole thing on it. The place that makes the pennies.
Well, that's been happening for years, Jim.
I know. They're using zinc. Yes. It's not copper anymore anyway. It hasn't been copper since 68.
We can melt them down into bullets.
I know, but what I'm asking is now that the pennies are no longer made, we can still use them, but everything's going to be rounded off to the 5 cent anyway.
Yeah, they'll still be considered legal tender.
Okay.
I imagine they will. I mean, I don't.
And when did pennies stop being pure copper? It was like
84.
68, I think.
No, 84.
84. Okay. 80. Yeah. Okay. 80, 83, 84. Okay. So
sounds about right.
Yeah, the zinc was bull crap anyway. Why are you doing a copper penny? Now all the liberals are pissed because Lincoln's on the penny. And Trump just killed it. Oh my gosh, the world's gonna end. Oh my gosh.
Now, why would the liberals be offended that Lincoln is on the penny?
Lincoln away. They took Lincoln away.
Okay.
Because he was on the penny. That's
why are they offended? He's also on the $5 damn bill.
You can watch it on the news. They're all going to be pissed because they took Lincoln away.
They can all just go away. Just go away.
But it
makes sense. Like you, Jim. I live halfway up a mountain. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but it's common sense. Why are we making pennies when it costs us 2 or 4 times as much?
No, I understand.
Well, somebody's making money.
I can't believe they didn't do it 20 years ago.
But I just saw a thing on it, and it ended up being millions of dollars just making these a year. So, of course, get rid of it.
It doesn't bother me at all.
Didn't Canada get rid of the penny for the same exact reason like 15 years ago?
Well, yeah. And the thing about it is, what a lot of people don't understand is they're wanting everybody to go to digital currency, your debit card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens
to me about crypto? Don't even talk to me about crypto.
No, I'm not talking about crypto. I'm talking about using your damn debit card.
I know you're not. There's a lot of crypto fans out there. I still think it's
all scam.
There's so many people that got scammed off of crypto right now. And
I'm-
it's,
I'm-
me, I
Well, look,
remember,
hang on. Here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say. They want you to use your debit card, credit card, whatever card.
cards are fine.
That's why they're doing away with the penny. That way, it doesn't matter. It could still be 1901, and you still just pay it. But they can track every single bit of it, which that's kind of a rabbit hole that you can go down if you want to.
Well, here's my theory how to do it. I mean, I put money away in my retirement fund, but when Susie and I get paid, our goal is to be almost broke by the end of the day. With get everything bought, get everything paid for, convert that money into stuff before A, it becomes just that much less valuable, and B, just in case they do say, hey, we're turning everything off for a year or for a week, whatever. Yeah. Make sure you spend as much of that money as you can. We have a little bit of cash put back, but emergency stuff. But
Yeah.
money's worthless. You need to convert it into something as soon as you can.
Well, gold and silver, but
You want to? Well, I'm looking at silver literally right now. Fucking
What you going for? I hadn't looked.
everything is high right now, and gold will probably go up. But gold would have been, like I said in live chats, of what, 6 months ago.
Oh yeah, we've talked about this.
If you did back when I told you 6 months or a year ago, I said it on the live chat, you would be double rich right now.
I mean a friggin'
What's silver?
Eagle, 24 American Eagles are going for $41.36 right now. I'm not paying that fucking much. Sorry about the potty mouth.
No, right now gold is high, but they suspect it's going to go up. But now it's not a buyer's. It's not time. When I told you guys to buy it, it was time.
Now, when I was younger, me and actually my service manager, I think I was 16 years old. We'd go out panning for gold, and he goes, "Buy gold." I'm like, "Why?" And I'm 16 years old. I don't know shit, I know go to work every day and bring home my money. It was gold was $300, almost $300 an ounce.
I think it was 20. I hadn't met Susan yet, so I think it was probably 2022, 2023. She and I met shortly. Anyways, on December 31st, gold closed at some like the 300 mark. That whatever the 300, and then just slowly.
No, you better move the decimal point.
Why is that?
It's not $300 an ounce.
Oh no, not now. It's 28. What is it? After hours, it's doing 28.96.98. In other words, $2,896.98.
Right.
So if you had bought that gold when he said, and she has a piece of gold around her neck that I guarantee is worth that price now.
We were digging gold out of the ground, and he's like, "Save this, and if you can find more, get it." And it was $300 an ounce.
I remember.
Now it's $3,000 an ounce.
I remember at the coin store.
I can tell you this: if I would have invested all the money that I've wasted over my years, y'all wouldn't even know me.
I'm 2 seconds away from gold bands in the garage here. We have it in the backyard. However, do you know what the problem is? It is so fine and such of a pain in the ass to recover. It ain't worth the time.
No, it is.
Yeah,
No,
right now at this
I've
point,
got gold and I've got silver. Of course, my silver is in coins. My gold is in other things, but I can't believe how much the shit's worth now. You know,
I know,
and if I would have thought about it 30 years ago, when I should have been thinking about it, y'all wouldn't even know me. I'd have my own island. Y'all go away.
back in 2000, 99 and 2000, I was buying a lot. I'd go to the coin stores. They would have these junk boxes. It would just be tarnished stuff, or it might have been dropped. It has it was still, excuse me, it was still there, but it just had a ding in it.
A dink.
Yeah, tank, yeah, something like that. And you could pick them up for like $5, chunks of silver, pieces of silver. Yeah, whether they're Canadian or American, or just little bars or whatever, prospector types. You can pick those up for like $5.50 an ounce.
I don't care if it's Canadian silver. I mean, it's still silver.
Mm-hmm. And then well, I'm old enough to remember that during the Carter administration, people were going nuts because gold got up to $700 an ounce. It was the end of the world. But yeah, I might have some of that, even that $700 an ounce stuff.
If you guys remember Y2K, everyone was buying gold.
Well, that's one reason why I'm putting that silver away.
Do you remember Y2K 2000 when the world was going to end? The computers were going to take, whatever crap. Everyone was buying gold. I bought a mini 30. Whatever. The world didn't end. Okay, people. Yeah.
I'm going to join you on that cigarette, Jim. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got gold pans hanging on the wall here. We have gold. However, it's a pain in the ass to recover. I don't care what size sluices you have. It ain't worth the time. You're better off just buying real estate.
Well, I mean, that may be a good point.
Well, our gold
you
is
forget
small.
we're in February now.
As long as you get the mineral rights.
If I see chunks, then I'm in. Then I'm gold panning. But if I don't see chunks, no.
Well, to be honest, you're not going to see chunks.
Not here, you're not.
Well, not here.
Spanish.
I mean, you're not going to see chunks anymore because if you saw chunks, then everybody on the planet would be coming over here and living in my backyard, and I'd be shooting them. Just saying.
Well, I'm hoping the Spanish dropped off a load here because the Spanish were up in Utah and they dropped off a whole bunch. There's all kinds of Spanish gold to be found. You can look it up in Utah, but no one's found it.
I know.
They came all the way through.
It's in the damn cave, Jim.
Hey, I'm just looking for the day I'm hiking around and I look between this hole in the rocks and oh my gosh, there's piles of gold bars.
No,
Right next to that, you're gonna see the UFO.
And Jesse James, I want that. Not Jesse James. What's his name that was here in Utah? The two guys who got shot in southern. Gosh, I can't think. Anyway,
you have an Uncle Jim moment.
Where were the two guys that got shot in South America? But he lived and he came back up here. He's from Utah. Gosh darn it. I can't think. That's what I'm looking for in the backyard. Stashed it here. Yeah.
We know you can't think, Jim. That's why we love you.
Thank you.
You can flip me off if you want.
A foof!
God almighty. What time is it? I'm sorry my wind chimes are going off.
Oh, Jag got it. Butch Cassidy is from here. Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid. Butch Cassidy supposedly lived, and he lived out. He visited family up here in Utah and everything on a Model T or whatever. Yeah. So I want to find Butch Cassidy's gold up in here. Anyway.
Maybe. Thorzak says the Mormons have it squirreled away. Maybe.
Well, it's all on the top.
Well, I mean, it's actually fun to go out and, see what you can get, sluicing or not sluicing, but just panning and all that stuff. It's fun. You get exercise. Dogs can run, and maybe you'll get something. Maybe you won't. Who knows? But at the end of the day, you come back home with a little vial of gold. That's worth some money. And if I would have listened to my boss at the time, we're talking 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
How does Jag know so much when
I wouldn't be working again.
How does Jag know so much when I'm going brain dead? He pulls up Butch Cassidy, who's from Utah.
Yeah.
Supposedly he visited after they got shot in South America, which they never recovered the bodies. He came up here and people said, yeah, I saw Butch up here. And it's really close to where I live. Butch Cassidy was here and he came back and lived a long life after that. So where's his gold, Butch Cassidy? Butch Cassidy! Where's his gold?
I can't help you with that.
One of the reasons why this is just paranoid white guy stuff on my part, but I suspect one of the reasons why everybody's always trying to push down Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos with their private space programs is once we find the right asteroids, and especially in the Kuiper belt, the amount of gold that would be able to be flooded into the system.
What does that say?
Okay, Scotsman, that's hilarious.
I love you. I love you, Scotsman.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. And the gold is in Cock Canyon. Okay, thank you, Scotsman. I'll go look. It's hilarious.
Tip, Jim. Just a tip.
Jesus.
That's hilarious, Scotsman. That's hilarious.
It is. It is. And that's why I love him.
All right.
That's right, Vanessa.
He's always welcome to my house, just like all you are. But moving on.
Oh, I guarantee you, if I ever find myself in Georgia, I'm coming down. Scotsman showed me that couch or recliner you got.
Yes.
Come on.
I remember watching both of them in the recliner. And then they deleted the video. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Fucking YouTube. Yeah, Pat, you're always welcome here. I mean,
and if you find yourself in Vegas or here in Sunland, just give me a holler. You're always welcome.
We can do it. We're planning on going out west here shortly.
Yeah, Kyle, we were up to what, freaking almost 4 a.m. that day.
Yeah, well, it happens. 4 a.m. ain't much around here. Shit, I ain't got to be at work till 2.
Yeah,
Gives me 8 hours sleep.
guys, it's been nice. I'm gonna hop off here. Sorry, Scotsman.
No,
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm
John.
starting to drool
Sorry, Ron.
by myself.
But I'm gonna skip out of here while Jim's missing, and I got a pile of pork bones here to get rid of, and I got
the ribbage. Yes.
Yep. So
all right,
Tell
Pat,
me-
good seeing you, brother.
I'll
All
see
right.
you guys later. I'm going
All
to
right.
jump off it.
Hang on, Pat. Hang on.
I'm hanging.
I love you, brother.
Love you too. Talk to you guys later.
Have a
See you
good
guys
night,
later.
buddy.
Later, bud.
Chip, we lost 2. All right, Jason, you and me. How you doing, buddy?
Hanging in there, brother.
Yeah, it happens. I threw my hip out. That hurts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know all about that.
yeah, it hurts. That's a different type of pain.
Yep, it'll wake you up.
Yeah. What you up
Paul,
to?
Paul, the back this week's been a little bit better.
That's
It really
good.
depends what I end up doing at work, honestly. You know, the way that they changed how we run one of the presses really can mess me up pretty good if I got to run a lot of it. So,
Yeah,
fortunately, this past week I didn't have to run too much of it.
I understand.
Okay,
And
we'll
the ice pack helps a lot. So,
Yep.
so we lost Pat while I was gone. Did he say goodbye?
Pat and Rollis jumped off.
Okay, good night, guys.
He did say bye.
All right, good night, guys.
Oh, hang on. Let me go inside. Shit.
You know what sucks is, Jag, if you're still out there, I'm going to be sleeping in the middle of the night, and I'm going to sit straight up, and I'm going to say, the gold is in Cock Canyon, and my wife's going to go, what?
That is
what's
going to be funny.
I swear to God, that's what's going to happen tonight.
All right, Jim. Yeah. Maybe. I got to turn on more lights. So this is what they were going to throw away. No, bad. What? Why not? Maybe. No. Okay.
Yes,
I don't know how my lights work in my own house. That's weird.
Well, try having 6 light switches on each thing.
Well, I do. Yeah.
Watch that. We
Okay.
turn
All right. You ready? You ready? This is my haul from a store that they were going to throw away for some reason. Oh. But there's a crap ton of alcohol that I'm not going to drink, but maybe the people that we have over at the pool will. Oh, Jesus. There's a lot. And it was all free. Okay, which knob is this? Yep, got it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that video, Jim, of seeing you go down there and see you getting out there and digging deep. Digging deep in Canyon.
What was it? What was it called? The Horsecock Canyon? What was it called? Oh, anyway.
That's what he said. Yeah, Horsecock Canyon.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh!
Horsecock Canyon.
I'll have to take a drive and do a video. Yep. Thank you, all both stuff.
Is Cranky still
Hey,
there?
you strike gold. I want
Yes.
a picture of that because I told you where to go. I want my finder's fee.
Well, you got oddball stuff too. Maybe I'll have to go out with him to Horsecock Canyon. Oh,
Never know what's going to happen on Horsecock Canyon.
Yeah. How does the horse make a noise anyway?
I was about to say that was a donkey noise.
Yeah, I know. That was a donkey.
Donkey.
Cranky
Donkey.
is still up. Cranky and Thorzax are still up. I can't believe Cranky's still up. Come on, Cranky.
He's not
Cranky's
coming on.
still up, and Cranky didn't even come on here. What the hell, Cranky?
He's not coming on.
Well, he's probably not comfy for one.
I'll challenge him to come on, but I understand if he does not.
Yeah. But I swear I have dreams, and I swear I'm just gonna go straight up in the bed and say, the gold is at Horsecock Canyon. My wife's gonna say, what the hell are you doing? Oh my God. That's gonna happen tonight. I guarantee it. It's gonna happen.
Well, you can ask where you're going, you got to tell her, and she's going to be like, what?
Oh, it's gonna be epic.
Cranky says, I'm miserable. You don't want me on. Okay, Cranky.
I'm sorry, brother.
Cranky, I hope you feel better, brother.
I hope you get better. At least your eagles are flying right now to make you a little feel better.
Hang on, I can't read. I don't have my glasses. I can't read. Hang on.
Yeah, be careful what you find out there, Jim.
Okay, we're laughing about because he says he finds it not gold in the canyon. It could be fool's gold at Horsecock Canyon.
Maybe it's Cranky again. Who knows? Hang on.
Horsecock Canyon. What a name.
Oh no, it's passing quicker than I can read it. I did graduate high school. I should be able to read this. I just can't see it. That's the problem. I can't see it. Hang on. Let me grab the blue box and put my glasses on. Don't get old. Don't get old, people.
Well, we all get old. That's the problem.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Oh, look. I can read again.
Damn, we're 5.5 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay.
We're just getting going, dude.
Hey, I wanted to eat like 4 hours ago.
Well, should have done it.
Well, go eat, man. I'm gonna get off my butt. 'Cause sitting down, I'm starting to get sore sitting. I gotta go lay down.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Scotsman. It was fun. I'll be dreaming about Horsecock Canyon.
That's funny. That's
All
funny.
right. I hope you get better, Scotsman, and hope everything goes good for you this week.
Appreciate it, brother. I'll get you out a video here probably tomorrow or Monday. I got something for you.
All right. All right. This sounds good.
All right, later, fellas.
All right. Take care, Scotsman.
Scotsman, I love you, brother. Oh, shit. He's gone.
Yeah, they leave fast. It's a foof.
Yeah. Mm.
Glasses are sideways, Kyle.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. We're going to keep this going, or do I need to go get the foof paper? I'm sorry, I'm wearing broken glasses.
No, I broke my reloading glasses recently, and I put them on, and they, they're like that also. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite reloading glasses broke the side. Son of a bitch.
Yep, I've got one half.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go shopping. Get the right magnification.
Well, my problem is one eye is different than the other eye. So, like a 1.5 reading glass from the dollar store will not work. See, now I can read everything. It's fine. I take it off. No, it's bueno.
Yeah, I could go grab mine right now. They're missing the other side. I was hoping to solder it on or something.
Yeah, how do we fix this when it breaks? I mean, I've got the other piece.
It depends on where it breaks. Mine broke at a wrong spot. Do I have to grab it? All right, let me grab it.
Come on, side chat.
I've done so many videos with those glasses. Oh.
Talk to me. It's broken. I mean, I've got another pair. It's not that big a deal. Just gotta get them on. There. Y'all seen it. Mm-hmm.
Well, if anyone remembers all the old Uncle Jim videos, it was with these glasses. And guess what? They broke. So now if I want to reload, it's like sideways. It's like pressure on one side.
Oh, you got more glasses than that.
No, these are my go-to, though. All my old videos, I was wearing these in live chats and everything. And now it broke. It broke right here. It's gone. It feels so sad.
Well, I mean, you see this part.
So sad.
I'm missing half my glasses. I've got another pair. Shit. I'm glad that was on camera there.
I swear to gosh, I can fix these things because I think I can. I think I'll have my son fix these. Maybe we do a video on it, but I wore these in live chats 7 years ago. Christmas chats, everything. And they're my favorite reloading glasses of all time. I can't find another. And I have different kinds, but they're not my baby.
All right, let me set you up for something. Shit.
JB Weld ain't gonna do it, Cranky. I gotta solder them on, but I just noticed there's a little stem, so if I can find the other piece, I might be able to make these work. After all, I'll have the son do it. Because
St. Patrick's Day, I've got a leprechaun that I'm going to try to get on the live chat. I'm sure you're going to do one. It's a Monday, right? Yeah, Monday.
that's in March?
Yes.
Oh, geez, that's a ways away. Okay.
Not that far.
Patriot Paul has a good idea. Look for the name, but I actually think my son can fix these, even though there's no spring on this side. It does have the lever. There's a little lever on this side. Maybe. I would really like these back. Anyway,
Hello. Can I help you?
Patriot Paul has a good idea. Look up the name, find them on eBay, boom, bang, pow. That's a good idea.
I'm gonna have hopefully.
They're all cracked at the tops, kind of. They're chipped. Those are my babies. It's like a, whatever, your favorite thing. Those are my babies. I want them. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back.
I'm gonna have hopefully our favorite leprechaun, because he is a ginger and he's younger than me, so I can fuck with him. I'm gonna have him in the top hat. You know my my go-to St. Patrick's Day hat, and he actually has a beard, so we're gonna have to work around that. But yeah, I'm gonna have see if I can get Jordan on the live chat, and we're gonna do it from work.
All right. Oh my God, Patriot Paul, I just found markings on the inside here. I might have a clue where to find these again. Thank you, Patriot Paul. If I can find a duplicate of these, I do have markings on the inside there, I'd be a happy camper.
I got my good ones right here.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
Shit.
I love you, Kyle.
I love you too, brother.
We gotta go. We gotta go. Dad's gotta eat.
Oh, these are the good ones. They have both sides.
I know. I've tried. I have others. I got Grandpa. Grandpa always wear those. That's what I reload with now.
What's funny is I have people watch your shows, and they're like, y'all are crazy. Y'all just go off on tangents and all that stuff, but it's so entertaining that I can't quit watching. I'm like, well, that's the point of it,
Well, how can you not watch Horsecock Mountain? Oddball Stuff, who found the place. Now I got to search in Utah for Horsecock Mountain and look for gulls. Yeah. So, I'll be tossing and turning. My wife's going to say, she'll wake up in the morning and say, what is Horsecock Mountain?
Well,
you were mumbling all night. Yeah.
All right, Cranky. You want to see the Horsecock Mountain? I'm just fucking with you.
I gotta thank Oddball Stuff for that tonight. I've never heard of it before. Okay, it was Canyon. All right, Mountain Canyon, whatever.
Well, I mean,
Once a canyon, once a mountain. Okay, got it. I'm still gonna call it. Regardless, I'm still calling it mountain in my sleep because
it's either a ditch or a peak. I don't know. That's
right.
on your end. I have no clue.
I guess it depends on the horse if it's a canyon or a mountain. Oh,
Tree frog. I don't have a tree frog. I got pool frogs.
All right, Kyle, let's call it a night. Everyone that hung around, thank you for putting up with us. Oh, I'm going to go have a burger or something tonight. I'm hungry. And it's late. Man, it's almost midnight here.
Oh, really? It's almost 2.
I got to plow in the morning before the snow gets soggy. Damn it.
I'm off tomorrow, but I am going into work to take my fans in there and try to dry the carpet out.
All right.
It sucks being a half mile away from work because they always ask you to come in on your days off.
I know. Just dump the fans and run.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
All right.
Cranky.
A fifth.
Cranky.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Cranky.
All right, everyone in the live chat, everyone that watched.
Wait. Let me go get it. Hang on.
What?
I'm 5 seconds away. Shit.
Jeez, Kyle.
Okay, 10 seconds away.
Kyle. Anyway, everyone in the side chat, love you guys, and we'll see you next week until Kyle comes back. Canyon, mountain.
It's got to be official. It's got to be official. What are you wearing?
I don't know. Something came up to take the horse mountain.
I know nothing. I see nothing. All right.
Cranky,
where you are.
A foof. Cranky is, we're begging for the foof. All right. What, Kyle?
No, I just waiting on you.
No, you said you had something. You had to stop for the ending here. Kyle?
You know what it is.
No, I don't. But I just want to say I love you guys in the side chat, and we'll see you next week. Thanks for putting up with us in the chat. It's on you, Kyle. Now it's on you.
Let's have a countdown.
Okay, you ready? Oh, now Floyd Hicks. Floyd, you do this every time at the last minute, Floyd.
He does.
And I never get to quote him here.
That's his thing.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, Floyd. I love you, Floyd. And okay, love all you guys in the side chat. And until next time, and Kyle.
F-oof!